Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville, and welcome back to some more Star Wars Shatterpoint. We're going to try and do the last one of this group, this little box right here. I think this is called Fifth Brother or something like that. We've got a couple of the sisters. So hey there, Armored Wolf. Yep, the last one of this group. We've got I think it's third and fourth sister or something like that here. And we did this one on the last stream Monday. Yeah, that was our Monday stream right there. Sorry. Still waiting for stuff to dry here. Sorry about that. Oh, I see there's a little bit of... Oh, okay. I see they just stuck my hand in some powder here. One second, let me try and clear this out. I actually made some new fluorescent paint here. There we go, out of the powder and such. Hey there, Crazy Wolf. Nice to see you. Alright, where are we at here? Let me get some of the... I just want to get these out of harm's way before we get into our pre-glaze here. So yeah, I saw this orange over here. Now, where the heck did this come from? I thought I'd cleaned up all of the powder, but apparently hadn't done that. So let me do a little bit more here. Again, I just don't want that getting all over the place, because it will. Definitely will try and do that. Alright, so that's out of the way now. Just a little bit of water there. So that's just taken the weathering powder, the fluorescent powder. You can do this with weathering powders too. I've done it. Mix it with linseed oil. You got yourself a paint. Now I will see. Yes, here's another one of these shadows right here. So Crazy Wolf, hopefully you're doing okay. No shadow over here. I'm gonna maybe go this way with it, and maybe here's a good example. Again, we're gonna try and do something like this right here. We'll try and do something like that, and that's gonna be coming off of his foot right there. The pre-glaze is going to be, once again, really, really simple. It's just going to be a whole bunch of either Van Dyke Brown and Indigo, or even the Mars Black. It kind of just depends what I've got here. Not going to do a whole bunch of thinner either, because, well, we're going to be wiping this away fairly quickly. So we're just going to hit the areas we know or assume are not going to be getting too much of the object source lighting. Then we'll hit these real quick. We'll wipe some of this away. Then we'll get in with our reds. There's going to be a fair amount of the base here that's going to get that red. Now also too, not really going to see, there's not much fancy stuff on the base. With these guys, I just kind of went with whatever was there. I was going to do the whole Hoodoo Rocks thing with them, and I thought, nah. There also just really wasn't time to do I wanted to do like another basing video like what I did with the other Shatterpoint figs. I think that pretty much covers it. And maybe a little bit down here. But now we're going to wipe this stuff away. So that's the Legion battle droids. Now, I don't know. I think these are probably... they're probably not going to be any more fun there, Crazy Wolf. Something tells me... Yeah, it's the droids from the starter set. Yeah, I still haven't done those yet. I thought those guys maybe on some kind of Hoodoo Rocks are just kind of alien-looking landscape for sure. So again, we're just going to wipe all this away. Boy, that's got some staining power to it. Again, that's the Indigo. And just the Mars Black, that's it. Just those two together. That's all we got. So sorry about the whole coughing spasm there. Just all as I have a cough drop, ironically enough, yes. Choking on a cough drop, basically. Hey there, Happy Heretic. Nice to see you again. Oh, that's right. That was our Tuesday stream. That was not Monday. That's right. I was so busy doing stuff on the house on Monday, didn't get to stream that day, so it was a Tuesday Monday. So Happy Heretic, I hope things are going great for you. So you can see I'm kind of pulling some of that pre-glaze here. I'm just kind of pushing it that way a little bit. A little more this way here. And now let's get some of our reds out here. Again, no fuss, no muss. Keep it nice and easy here. The Naphthol / Phantom, even a little bit of this. A little bit of that fluorescent red that I made. And away we go. And then we'll wipe some of this off too, and then we're going to go back in actually to some of our darker areas on here and reestablish any kind of strong shadows. Again, not a whole lot of thinner in this, is there? Oh, Happy Heretic, glad that you're able to do that. Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, if you have any Insta pics or something like that you'd want to share of those, that'd be cool for folks to see. I know that Bitron, he always kind of shares some of his Battletech stuff on the stream in the chat. Let me just hit this again. Like so, does it really matter? Doesn't have to be all nice and perfect, right? Because it's just a pre-glaze, that's all it is. Thank you so much, Crazy Wolf. That is 21 months in a row. Thanks, Crazy Wolf. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yes, we'll try not to choke on that. That would be good. That would not be bad. And once again, we're just gonna power in our reds here. And I think that it's already kind of setting the stage for what is yet to come. Get that down into these little guys here. And now, well, he's not going to have a green face. I saw that on the drawing, his face had a greenish tint to it. The wood, that's fantastic, Happy Heretic. Yeah. Everybody please check out the link that Happy Heretic posted. And then Heretic, later on, if there's more folks watching and such, you want to share that again so more folks can see it. That'd be great too. Alrighty. Now, sponge time again. Let me take a couple of these guys here. Let's try these. Let's just try these and see if we're kind of taking away some of the paint here, leaving some behind. Hey there, Valfera. Now, today's a normal stream day. Hopefully, your Thursday wasn't too crazy. Hopefully, the new culinary regime is not driving you too nuts. I know I wasn't looking forward to it. Just hearing you writing about it. So hopefully that's not too painful right there. So again, everybody, please check out what Happy Heretic posted. It's got some freehand on there too. You know what? I am just going to use this one here so I can get that down in there again and get rid of some of the extra. Okay, and 8 minutes in, we've kind of established where we want things to go. Like maybe, well, the lighting. We'll consult the oracle of the flashlight. Right, that's going to hit here. And then again, that's the shadow that we're looking on doing on his leg there. It's just going to have to kind of meet in the middle of these two things. Hey, Roy Experience, how you doing? Nice to see it too. Now, so Crazy Wolf, I haven't gotten that one yet. Eventually, I'll try and snag that one, but I do not have that one yet. I'll try and get that when I can. Now, Crazy Wolf, is that one that you have? I know it's got, what, the 4 different color lightsabers, right? Or lightsabers. Well, I gotta get me some of my brilliant yellow pale out here. And I'm gonna throw a little bit of this out here first. So, well, Valfera again, hopefully that there can be compromise reached there, because if it's just too onerous, not likely to stick to something that's super onerous, right? I mean, that's just kind of how it is. That there is also the quality of life issue too, which, I mean, all kidding aside, that is a thing. Because, basically just eating cardboard and leaves all day, every day, that's no guarantee of anything either. Much as they might try to tell you that it is. Alrighty, now let's get some of that down here. Also here. And then we're going to mess around with our other areas that don't have anything to do with this, so that this at least has a few minutes to set over here. That's just going to be very important. So, okay, we're just going to leave that go. So yeah, at some point I'll try to get the Shatterpoint one. Right now it's I still have another box of, I guess, regular Jedi to go, and then the one that's got the diorama of Vader in it, and then I also have the terrain. So I got some more Shatterpoint things that I can paint, and we'll just I think the Grievous might be something that I do in a tutorial video, because that way we can really focus in on him and such. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this here. So we're going to darken some of this down. That's a little bit further away from our lightsaber here, our dual lightsaber. I'm not sure if a dual lightsaber would be the safest candy to eat, because I'm thinking, well, that would be tough, eating a dual lightsaber. That's fantastic, Crazy Wolf. Well, the family that paints together stays together, and I think the family that plays together stays together too. Now, hopefully that's been a really fun thing to share. I'm sure it has been. All right, so now we've got some of our darks coming into here, so that it's not all about the super light reds. Light's not going to really reach up there, so I need to tone some of that down too. Is there a recoil in the house? There is a recoil in the house. So Recoil, how the heck are you doing? I hope things go well with Recoil's mom. Let's see, let's see, is it past lunchtime now? And hopefully again, Recoil's mom is doing really, really well, in the physical therapy stuff, not too difficult. I know it's no fun doing that sort of stuff. All right, so I'm gonna just hit this with some of my ambient light color here. Now I'm also gonna try and clean off some of the stuff from the brush here. Let's do that. So she is eating lunch at the moment, and of course, then the recoil, it's not going to be as snazzy as what you would be making for, but hopefully it's still reasonably edible there. And of course, which are the best for me, or say we're all thinking about her here. She's been in a couple of the last few streams there, which has been nice. So 2 or 3 sessions a day. Yeah, hopefully that all, well, I'm sure that's all going to be paying off. Yes, it sure may not seem like it right now, that's for sure. Alright, where's my brilliant yellow paint? We're going to throw some of this out on the palette here. Like this. And we'll let that mix with, well, our indigo and Mars Black mix. Sort of a grayish tone here. Not a whole lot on that brush. Ah, there we go. See, it doesn't take very much, does it? Not very much at all. But Rico, I'm just really glad that that all turned around and just started to get better. I know there was a portion where it was hard to see that it was going to be doing that, but I'm glad that it did. We're also going to welcome in Clover. Nice to see you again there, Clover. Hopefully you've been doing good. Oh, that's 24 right there. I'll take me 24 donuts. Actually, I'm trying to think the last time I actually ate donuts. Ooh, it was a long, long, long time ago. We won't dwell on those too much with Valfera suddenly now thinking about donuts. And again, what we're looking to do is, well, here's again, this is our Tuesday, not Monday, but very much you can see the same thing happening here. Now, what I can do, believe it or not, is actually take away a little bit of the excess off of here. Also there too, there was a whole bunch of excess right there. There's also a Nixo in the chat. Hey there, Nixo. Great to see you again. So, Nixo, how goes the new sport? Well, it's not really a new sport now. You've been kind of training at that for a while. And I guess, are you playing the BG3 like everybody else seems to be in these days? Everybody's playing the Baldur's Gate stuff. So hopefully everything goes well for you there, Nixo. Yeah, so Velfair, there just wasn't time to mess around with these. It was kind of like stick them on the base, prime them, and then paint them. Now the other ones, the regular Jedi, I think I'll try and do something a little bit snazzier with them. I don't think I modified. Did I modify any of the base? No, I didn't actually modify any of these bases. It was just not quite enough time, unfortunately. So yeah, Nixel, it seemed like everybody was playing D4, and then, well, first everybody was playing Valheim, then everybody was playing the D4, and now everybody's playing the BG3. Nixel, I have not played a video game since 2013. Yeah, since 2013. And none of that was Baldur's Gate. That was Civ 5, I think, yeah. And that's when Civ 5 was brand new. No video games here, unfortunately. Definitely no time for that. Plus, well, the computers are all occupied. If they're not being filmed on or streamed on, they're rendering, or they're doing Chidubox files, they're doing something. And those something's not video games. Now we're going to get against some of our lighter reds over here. Never actually played Diablo or Baldur's Gate. I guess I think Kathy probably would have liked that. She had been playing that Diablo 4 when that... Well, I think that was still only in beta when she was trying to play it. Now this will definitely have to catch some of the strongest light right here. For sure. And then I will, in a second, I'm going to throw some of that black across the base there. Because that'll make a difference in how we view this. It's all about that context, right? Again, right now, all I'm trying to do is just figure out where do we want some of the lightest light to go. Now, let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll get a little bit of that on here, too. Oh, and by the way, this is 19 minutes in. Yeah, that's 19 minutes ago. This had a Zippo in terms of paint on it. Absolutely none. just going to get rid of some of that before we get our black on there. Yeah, let's throw a smidge of light over here too. I don't know, I'm just going to keep putting a little bit more thinner here and see what happens with this. Yeah, that seems to help. Oh, he also has these little... Okay, we're going to have to break all those into little segments as well, aren't we, on this guy, just like the last one? Not quite as tiny, though. Then I'm going to try and really lighten up the lightsaber itself, I think. That needs a little bit over here, too. Because remember, you can see how much lighter we can go with that. Alright, what we're gonna use? I guess we'll just use this. And get me a new paper towel here. Get some of the paint out of that. Mostly this. Bright yellow pale. Maybe a little bit of that. And then we'll just really power this in here. Actually, really no thinner on this. That's some pretty hefty paint right there. We'll come back later to sort of take some of that away, do a little bit of brushstroke management. Believe me, we'll have plenty of time to do that. Okay, so there we go. That starts to already look a little bit toastier. Now we need to start doing that on other parts of him here. But first, some darks like this. A little bit of our dark pre-glaze. Plus some of that naphthol red. And let's start to make some darks here. Possibly even a little bit more of a pin line washy thing here too. Why not? And sometimes I just put the paint on there and then the thinner and then just see what happens like this. Yeah, there we go. Darken that down right quick. And now we'll just start to find some of our stronger edges here. And then we'll come back with some of our lighter highlight type things. Okay, not too much of the dark right there. And then, of course, we have a shadow there. Maybe even more of a pin line wash right here. Get you darker as well. Things must be messy before they can be neat. This is the messy part. Although again, 23 minutes in, I think there's some folks that would not, they wouldn't be terribly upset to have something about like this just 23 minutes in. Where are we at here? Also reinforce some of these two, although those are doing fairly well. Yeah, we'll be coming in with our not object source light colors there too. Nah, I guess I better get some kind of dark in here. Must have dark to show the light. That's for sure. That's got a whole bunch of nothing. I'm just going to hit it with this and then take one of my sponges and just do that. Yeah, we really fret about details, especially at the early stages, don't we? We really fret about those. Do need to get something that's not quite that red up here. Alright, I think that's gonna help. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I think there's another. Let me see if I can't work in a little bit of the dark down in there. Also here. Just for right now. Oh, you know, maybe I will be able to get a little bit of the green on his face. Where's the heck is my flashlight here? Well, not too much. Again, just consulted the oracle of the flashlight. Those little lights, you can get those on Amazon. I think that particular box that I got was 40 of them. $6 or $7. That's it. Not terribly expensive. And again, I'm going to start messing around with this area. So that's got a little chance to set. You know, I think I might just be able to see if I can find myself another little thing that I could use as a blending brush here. Maybe this one. Yeah. Soften these guys up here. There's no paint on these. They're all totally dry. And I'm just going to do a little bit of tap, tap, tap here. What that does is it kind of takes away some of the excess paint. That's why it sort of looks like it's being blended. That's why it looks like it's getting rid of the brush strokes, because it's getting rid of that extra paint. Getting rid of the height differentials. And that just tends to smooth things out. Now, the other thing I do want to get to here before too long is we're going to put some of this stuff out there. Yeah, and this is not the blackest black, but it's close enough, and then this forms a nice little setup for your blackest black. Then you don't have to do quite so many coats of that. And that should make our, yeah, that makes our red object source lighting seem that much lighter here. See that? It was looking kind of dingy compared to when it was right next to a color that was almost the same value as that. But now, dramatically different. I mean, nothing fancy here, just again working my way around this little base edge here. That's all. Have to remember to wash the brush, since this is acrylics and not the oils. It's not like the oils where I could conceivably forget to even wash my brushes out after the session and still be able to clean them out the next day. So just again getting the paint out of this brush here real quick. Gotta get all that acrylic stuff out of there. Using the same brush cleaner though, because guess what? It works for oils and acrylics. Right here, Kathy was using this for cleaning the acrylic paint out of her brushes, so there you go. Now let me see if I can turn this around, and let's start hitting some of this with things that are just a wee bit lighter. It's making kind of a very neutral gray here, for sure. And if this gets too light, well, our object source lighting is going to look really dull and dim. So we can't go too far with that. We'll get some of our Now a little bit over here too. And then a little bit of light there, but along comes Mr. Blending Brush like this. Bang. Why would I sit there and want to do a whole bunch of layers when I could just do something like that? Again, just take the blending brush and let it do its thing. Hashtag no layers. No need for that kind of stuff. Also, you can see it's just pretty much that same color. Letting it mix with what's already here. Not interested in painting palette miniatures, I'm interested in painting miniatures. So if I make that miniature my palette, like I'm doing here, stands to reason there's just going to be a whole lot less to have to paint. Not having to mix all those colors. Not looking to mix the perfect gray or the perfect this, that, or the other. I'm looking to just do this. Throw a color on there, push it around. That's what I'm looking to do. Yeah, nothing terribly fancy here. Working on this side. Over here, the non-object source light side, so that this has a chance to just set for a bit. And again, now for 31 minutes, I think a lot of folks would say, well, geez, yeah, that's 31 minutes. I could do that. That would work for me. I could get a lot of things done in 35, or a lot of miniatures done if it was just doing that much in 35 minutes. I'm going to get a little bit more of the brilliant yellow pale here, or BYP. I should just start calling it that. Now, thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the GoFundMe. Again, the GoFundMe is incredibly helpful with all of the big, massive things that all need to be done on the house. Stuff that, I've been working on the house inside and out every single day for 3 months now. Actually, 3 months and 4 days. But some of these things I just cannot do myself, and that's what the GoFundMe is for. For things that involve heavy equipment that I don't have. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I think that was my first tournament board. Oh gosh, so that had to be about 2011 or so, 2011 maybe. So yeah, Armored Wolf, actually what I really need to do is get myself a decent picture of it while it's out there, and then I'll paint something like that on a wall, which will be a little bit more permanent. Yeah, Armored Wolf, it was already kind of sort of warping a little bit even back then. So it's not really a surprise. And then, of course, well, there was stuff that was on top of it, and that sort of helped warp it a little bit more. I was kind of using it as a de facto shelf. But hopefully, once we have things stabilized here, and then I can, well, try and do some of those mural type things. Maybe that's something that we can try to do. So again, I'm just going to go strong with this, and then we'll blend that later. Give it a minute or two to set on there. I'm going to carry that same light through these guys. Right here. Also up here. Some of it over there. Actually, Armored Wolf, what's interesting is If I actually painted that on foam instead of on wood, it probably would be fine even to this day. Yeah, just because the foam just does not warp, but the wood, well, unfortunately, that eventually will, right? Again, I'm going to take this smaller blending brush, and you can see, right, that is now a soft edge. We'll do this one. Softens out that edge, and we're doing a tap there. We're not doing this. All that's going to do is smear it around. It's not actually going to do any kind of blending there. Now we'll attack the other side. Again, this little tap motion. And there you go. And then we do it again. Again, this is the way. This is the easy. That's the easy. Again, this is 36 minutes. That is 36 minutes of this. So who knows, Armored Wolf? Maybe that needs to be a video. And I could do it with the oils too. Well, that's the other thing. Actually, ironically enough, if that was done with oils, that would have never. Well, wouldn't have wouldn't have warped that much. That's for sure. Definitely wouldn't have warped that much. Which way do we want? I'm going to actually put that last light up here. Only just now going to mess with a little bit of the fast matte, just to make this even more neutral here. And then try to catch a little, there we go, a little bit more of this. I guess that's just going to get a little bit lighter. Again, sorry about the voice. Just there was something that went a little bit nuts there, even though I had the cough drop. Oh, let me lighten this particular thing up here a little bit. Also, maybe a couple of these edges here. There is a little bit of really, you know what, I'm going to get a little more thinner into this. I have that tiny little vat of thinner. It's a water bottle cap with a tiny bit of thinner in it. That's it. That's the extent of the thinner. There's no big giant jar of it or something like that. It always really mystified me when people say, oh, I don't want to have this big jar of solvents next to me. I'm like, would you mean this? Is that your big jar of solvents? Yeah, not so much here. Not so much here. And of course, the brush cleaner, that has also no fragrance to it either. And that's all I use to clean the brushes. I'm not using thinner to clean brushes. That just, wow, it doesn't really make much sense when you think about it, does it? You use the thinner to thin the paints, then you don't need very much of it. Use the brush cleaner to clean your brushes also. I mean, there's a little bit of paint on my fingers. A few minutes with dish soap and warm water, and that will all be vamoose. That'll all be gone. So, I mean, if you're worried about, I guess, getting paint on your hands or something, you can always just wear a glove. Lots of people do, and well, all of us that are doing the 3D printing stuff, we have no shortage of gloves. We have plenty of those. There. So the 3D printing has been very, very successful. I printed out more basing bits last night. Some of them kind of might even potentially work with Tyranids or something, or vaguely sci-fi. Armored Wolf, what I can't find are all of the Make It Epic, the different skull things, right? The skulls, the ones where you've got sort of the little pile of skulls with the banner hanging out of it and stuff. I have no idea where I put those files. I certainly printed them because I used them, but unfortunately, well, everything has gotten kind of versmizzled, and I just haven't found the one. I guess the backup drive that probably has them on there, because for whatever reason they weren't on, and I don't know why they weren't on the machine that I used for printing them on, but unless it was before that time. So I'm gonna find those files. It's driving me a little bit nuts. Yet I certainly printed them out. Not quite sure where the heck they went to. Okay, we worked on that fairly nicely. Let's get a little bit something going on back here. Nothing terribly extensive. Hey there, Green Fairy Studios. How you doing? So Green Fairy, this is technically a little bit earlier for a Thursday. Maybe than I've started lately, but just kind of had to. I'm kind of trying to pair up the stream time here with when the next round of print, speaking of printing, will be done. So Green Fairy Studios, I hope that maybe you've had a chance to get some more stuff painted. So it's unfortunately they weren't originally mine, Valfera, which is what I've discovered, because I went to do that and I went, oh yeah, that's right. They weren't originally ones that I got. So I might just go ahead and get them, and that way I don't have to worry about forgetting again. Because I thought I had, and then I looked through all my Make It Epic stuff and I went, nope, I did not snag those. Again, it's on. It should be on that machine, or on one of the many 2 terabyte and 1 terabyte, now mostly 2 terabyte backup drives somewhere. Alrighty, so that is, we'll say that is captured. Now we're going to try and go over here and get some of our lighter stuff going on here. So Green Fairy Studios, hopefully maybe you had a chance to paint a little bit of stuff during the week here. Hard to believe that it's already Thursday. Wish it was more like a Tuesday. There has been a ton of work on the house, that's for sure. Now we'll scare up some more over here. Especially on some of these hardest edges. So Nixel, when is the next event in your newfound sport there? Again, hopefully you've had more chances to continue your training for that. Alright, again, just trying to find some of the lighter lights now on this side, like what we did on this side. So just as next weekend, yeah, next time, I hope that goes really well. Oh, no, it has to actually come from down here, not from above. And then a month after that is a 24-hour version of that event. So when the officer finds you running naked in the woods in the middle of the night, you just say, I'm training for an event. I'm sure they just let you go right on by. No more questions asked. And that's what you do, right? They say, why the no pants? You say, well, that's just too much wind resistance. It's kind of like Kind of like the swimmers, right? They want as little resistance as possible. So you're fully shaved and minus the clothes there so that you have no wind resistance as you're running around. Now, yeah, let me see if I can get a little bit more of my lightest light over here too. On these guys, and then got the reason why we don't have the death grip on the brush, right? Because otherwise it would be mighty difficult to get our brush down there, wouldn't it? Why don't we also try to capture that edge? Also this edge. And now some stuff on the face too. So Nixel doesn't want to, he doesn't want to create a disturbance there. It would be quite the parade. There would be just tons of people following him there. So that's very civic-minded of Nixel, not wanting to create a fracas there with all of his fans. So boy, Nixel, when when you're reading stuff in the chat, all you can do is just sort of glance up at it and then just sort of read it. And I read that, and I got honked had a little different context to it, Nixel, when I just read that for whatever reason, because I didn't see the at. All I saw was honked, and I went, well, I mean, it is a public space, so who knows what happens out there. Well, Nixel, that's where you get that's how you get sponsors. Yeah, you get some kind of a sponsor from some kind of skin lotion company or something like that. That way. Now the difficulty is where does the advertising go? That's the different. Usually those printed jerseys and stuff. There's the big thing emblazoned across the front of it, right? Oh, geez, thanks, Nixo. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Nixo, I think that's generally about. I know some of them, they run 10, 12, something, and then there's other ones that are more like 8 or 9. But thanks, Nixo. I'll just snag those later tonight, and then, well, guess what we'll be printing tomorrow? The only reason is because where the oh no, unfortunately those guys they're not the ones that I'm looking for here. But so when I was telling how this is the new way, right, to print everything out like this. Now this is only part of it because I was actually using some of this in a video last night, but then cure it all like this. And this has worked out much better because I have noticed when there's one of these, this is it. Not only is it so much easier to just cure stuff like this instead of like a little spear, these don't get all warped and nasty. So that's been very, very helpful. So thank you so much, Valfera. Appreciate that. Sorry if I said Nixel. Sorry, Valfera. I thought I said Valfera. But thank you so much. Sorry about that. I thought for sure I said Valfera. Oh well. But thank you so much, and I'm gonna get on that as soon as the stream has concluded. Get those things downloaded, and that actually that's what I'll print. I'll print a sprue of those or a set of those overnight. Hey, there's a Nerryfield. Nerryfield, I hope you're doing well. Great to see you again. So Nerryfield, if you want to post anything in the chat, hopefully you've been making some kind of progress on your own projects there. I know you've been super busy. Actually, hey, Valfera, if you wanted to post any images of your dragon project, I know that's been kind of a long-term thing with scale after scale after scale after scale. But boy, Valfera, I'll send you some pictures of that one. Remember the one that was a 17-hour print? Yeah, I'll send you pictures of that, and then you'll say, oh, okay, that's why that was 17 hours. Oh yeah, this certainly needs some of our light over here too. Even on the face. Like that. Hey there, Horns fan. Well, there's an extra horn there for you, Horns fan. It keeps getting closer and closer and closer, doesn't it? Closer and closer, not far away now at all. I mean, hopefully you're got a little bit of excitement going. I know that first game is that could be a little bit of a tough one right there. Now, of course, well, I mean, for me, it's Valfera size. You might look at that and say, that's kind of average sized. For me, it might be one of the biggest things. Now, there's a Galadriel figure that's like 100 and something millimeters, but it's just Galadriel, right? It doesn't have all these extra swords and this backdrop and everything else. That's what makes this other one, when that gets put together, it's going to be gargantuan. Again, a little bit more thinner in this here. So again, Nerifil, great to see you back. We have been. Well, this is the last miniature from this box right here. This is the last of the whatever box it is. Don't know. Don't even think I have the packaging for it anymore. I think that's long gone. Thanks, Horns fan. The last one we did was a little bit mischievous. It was a little mischievous because it had this going on. Where the heck did you go? There you are. So it had this. I had no idea. This just made no sense. I'm like, who opened it up like this, and why did it open up this way? It's like, no, it got sliced open by a lightsaber. And we've been doing these cast shadow things here. Like that. We've got another one here, too. Well, we're doing, look at that, another cast shadow over there as well. Because the Oracle of the Flashlight says so. So, we certainly adhere to the Oracle of the Flashlight. Now, this actually should be getting some red on it, too, I think, here. Let's... Oh, yeah. I don't even need the flashlight to tell me that. Now, let me do a little bit of... So, actually, Horns fan, speaking of painting things, is there anything that you've had a chance to work on? And again, Nerifil, if you want to post any work in progresses or whatever, that'd be fantastic. Now, this is an interesting Horns fan, because we've got pretty much the same amount of our levels of light and dark now on both sides. I'm just willing to think that when we do this, it's like the object source lighting almost disappears. It really almost, especially if you don't see the base at all. But then you bring this back, and all of a sudden, well, there's your source lighting again. So yeah, Horns fan, that's a really fun little thing that, well, you can do it too. You just take your phone, snap a picture. Every phone's got something that you can use to do some kind of color alteration. Well, you just kill the saturation and, well, you get your own film noir. And as we like to say, film noir has value. Well, Horns fan, I'm glad that the painting room is getting there. Those can take a while to figure out. Again, here's the reason why I don't have a death grip on the brush. Right, don't want to have a death grip on that brush, because sometimes you got to thread the needle, almost literally. All right, a little bit of light down in there too. Let's get some on the hand over here. A little more this, but then we also have this sort of almost looks a little bit like what's segmented here, almost a little bit like tubing of some kind. There we go. Again, that's it is somewhat of a shinier surface, so that's why we try and just catch that little bit of an edge that sort of walks its way up there. We also need, speaking of edges, we need this side of his shoulder armor here, like that. And we'll be coming back in with our darks once again to do some other cleanup things. I might come in here with this just to actually take some paint off. Yeah, literally there, all I'm doing is just removing some paint, and that's it. Now that's definitely understand that, Horns fan. I mean, that is why there will never be any live animals in this house, because of all the printing stuff and just way too many hazardous things. There's just no way to keep all of that away from any potential critter. So that is why there are no livestock or live critters in this house. That is why we have the ugly dolls. The only thing you have to worry about with the ugly dolls is cookies. That's all they're after, is just some cookies, like Bobble. Yeah, I will throw a little bit like there. So see, that made it so much easier to get the paint on that just by, well, getting rid of some paint. And that's what the blending brush is all about. Sometimes it's just actually getting rid of excess paint. Like over here, doing the same thing, just kind of getting rid of some of that excess. Now, oh, there you are. Now it does, so there's a little bit of creep over the top of that. I didn't think there was, but there is. So, that's good. And let's get a little bit more here. Now, all the shininess of this, a lot of that does start to go away. Where's our... Oh, here he is. So you can see the Grand Inquisitor. I mean, initially he was super, super, super shiny. I think he's ready now. I'm going to hit him with the anti-shine, and that will take away any last bit of the shine there. So again, that's the Army Painter anti-shine right here. And I just brush this stuff on very, very lightly. No plopping that stuff on there really, really heavy. I don't want to do that. You want to just kind of manage that, use a little bit of it. Can always put another coat of that on there if you think you need it. But you definitely don't want to just pile all that stuff on. Found that out the hard way. That's not something that you want to do. And by the way, we're just hitting an hour in. So that's 1 hour. 1 hour ago, this was completely paint-free. It just had some primer on it, and not much of anything else. Now here, we're going to do a little bit of a changeola here. Take away some of that. And we're actually going to come back in with some non-object source lighting stuff here. I'm going to start with this gray. Like that. Maybe we'll go slightly lighter with that gray. See what happens here. see how this is going to work. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for sharing the Patreon page link. So again, the Patreon page just put up a new video today. Speaking of printing, yes, I just put up a new video today that is much of an update as anything else. So that's a little bit of a minor synopsis of some of the work that's been going into the house over the last, well, 3 months, especially the last 6 or 7 weeks. In particular, pretty much since about July 2nd or July 3rd, that is when there was just a full-on push to the base. Ah, look at that. See that? There, it's almost, oh, speaking of which, it's kind of like our avatar of Cain. This also on the Patreon page. Why? Because see how we've done that here on these? So it's kind of the same thing, same principle as what happened here. So this is actually another one of, actually this is what, 2 Patreon videos, I think. I think there was at least 2 vids right there. So with the situation being a little bit different now, I have been trying to do that multiple episode arc on just other miniatures and busts, like what we've been doing on the army painting series. Not necessarily 5 episode arcs, but maybe 2 episodes, 3, that sort of thing. And that's been kind of satisfying because it does allow for me to do some larger scale stuff. And I've got some, we've got some things printed out that I can test the, what is that, the Pale Rose Blush or something like that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Good grief. Thank you so much, Recoil's mom. Recoil and Recoil's mom. That's a team right there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. And also, Board Game Geek TV has returned. Board Game Geek, how you doing? Great to see you back. So Nearyfield, you'll have to send me some pictures of that. And of course, if you want to put any pictures in the chat, if you want to put some pictures in the chat, that is fine. So Board Game Geek TV, we are painting Star Wars Shatterpoint. It's actually the last figure of this box. This was our, well, Monday stream, but done on Tuesday. So yeah, that was our last one there. We've got, here's one of the other sisters. This one was done, I believe, Saturday, on the Saturday stream. And this was a tutorial video that I did here at the Grand Inquisitor. So you sense a theme. You sense a theme. These are all painted with traditional oil paints right out of the tube, with the exception of this right here. So we took this fluorescent powder, we mixed it with linseed oil, and oh, look at this, we created our own oil paint. So yeah, and I'm using that right now. That's actually out on the palette. But typically, here's what we're using. Oh, and there's that pale rose blush that I was just talking about. So here's the big 3 as we call them here. Hey there, Tiny Clan. It's nice to see you back. So again, the Gamlin and Windsor Newton right there, those are very similar in price and quality. Good solid stuff. Again, I use these about 1/3 each of my colors are these brands. And now this right here, the handmade oil color, that's a legit thing. That is why it's going to set you back more. But you kind of get what you pay for. Again, it's fantastic stuff. We love it. But generally, 1/3 of all the colors out on the palette tend to be among those. So we've been, first we start out as usual with our pre-glaze, some dark colors that we wipe off, and then we start to, we get a filbert brush and we start to come in with some of our lighter tones. 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 28 seconds ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. This was just primer. So it happens fast. So Tiny Clans has moved back to the Tundra. And again, Recoil, appreciate that. That really does mean a bunch. Because, yeah, there's, there's some other expenses as we keep, you know how it is, right? As we continue to go through and say, okay, to do this part of the house now, I should really do this. So it's really appreciated having the extra funds to do so. So thank you very much, Recoil. So Tiny Clans, I hope that you're doing well. It's great to see you back again. Everybody, please give Board Game Geek a follow if you could. So Board Game Geek, if you wanted to let folks know what you were doing on the stream there, I'm sure you had a blast. And again, if everybody in the chat could please give Board Game Geek a follow, that'd be sensational. So again, this is a Star Wars Shatterpoint painted in the oils there. Again, traditional oils right out of the tube. No alkyds, no weird mediums or anything like that. Just straight up. Yeah, so Tiny Clan, sorry that it's super hot there. Hopefully it won't be too hot for too long. That is one of the things that people don't necessarily realize about being up here, especially the north of the Midwest. It can still get toasty up here. So Spider-Geddon from Marvel United. So Board Game Geek, I know you don't have pictures of that right now, but if you have any work in progress, or you might skedaddle off to the photo booth and take some pics or something, you want to post those, that would be fantastic too. So again, we're just going to throw a little bit more of our light here. Hashtag no layers, right? So we throw that on there. We take this, and look at that. See that little bit of tapping motion? See how that just blends that and pulls that out? So yeah, Board Game Geek, definitely if you want to, can post any work in progress in the chat or whatever. That'd be fantastic. How about we do the same right here? Again, a little bit of our tap, tap, tap there. Now, when you're working with the oils, you do want to kind of rotate around. You don't want to just keep hammering at the same place. Also, too, hashtag no layers. If you start putting a bunch of layers on there like acrylics, well, first of all, it's going to take a long time to dry. Normally, whatever I paint is pretty much dry by the next day. This will take longer because I'm using lots of reds, and reds are just, for whatever reason, they are a slow drying color. There's a few colors with the oils that just tend to dry slower. It's a thing. It happens. You quickly start to adapt to which ones take longer to dry. Then you work around that. I think there's a couple of places here where I can get some darker. That's thin down, but not pin line wash thin. It's close, but not quite. Because I gotta get some of that, and you can't really see it, but I just need to be able to get the brush down in here. Maybe I will go a little more pin line wash-esque here. Okay, that's better. Now I'm going to try and sneak the brush under here. And just get these with something in them. Like so. And then we'll just kind of drag this along here. I think I can get some more dark on this. So it's the indigo again and some of the Mars black. Strengthen and tighten some more edges. There's a lot of little edges here. We'll be doing that a lot during the course of this. We're going to do that up here on his helmet, if that's what that is. Hey there, Blades. How you doing? Thank you so much, Blades. Appreciate that. So, Blades, I hope that you're doing really well. And everybody, please give Blades a follow if you could. So Blades, if you wanted to share any pictures again of what you've been painting, I saw your Instagram post, so you can share that for sure. Hey there, Underdeep. Great to see you back. And Arto Michael. So Arto Michael, did you come up with any solutions? I know that was a sudden thing of, hey, now you got to come up with solutions. But I don't know if you came up with any solutions for that particular new situation. That a wee bit of a surprise. So glad that you've been able to work on that Rogel Dorn there, Underdeep. I did paint one of those years ago. It was actually something that someone had scratch sculpted. It was a commission thing. So yeah, someone had scratch sculpted that, and then I painted it. So that was really interesting for sure. Alright, there's going to get the darkest dark on the shoulders. There we go. Maybe even a little bit more here. So again, Blades, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do so. So Valfera is the sleep gods coming to get you now, or as I wasn't sure if the medicines had changed or anything and made it a little bit tougher to get to sleep initially. Where's that darker red? Let's do something like this up here. And you notice I just chucked that color on there. Now I'm going to take this blending brush here. Again, that has no paint on it. Alright, and I'm just going to do this little bit of tapping motion here, and that's going to smooth all that out. No layers. Same thing here. Yeah, that I'm just going to take that. It's going to smooth all that out. Again, hashtag no layers. Well, Arto Michael, that sounds like a little bit of a reprieve right there. That's good to hear. I'm sure you're a little bit more relieved about that, hopefully. Now again, this is not just a reflected light trimmer, but it's also see, it's got that neutral grayish color to it. Well, Arto Michael, probably not exactly what you were anticipating, is it? But I think Arto, I mean, if it works out this way, then you can just go, all right, you're going to play that sort of game. Well, now hopefully it gives you that time to actually really plan and prepare for the exit strategy. So hopefully at least it does something like that. I'm gonna. Where's the oracle of the flashlight here once again? Sure. Well, it doesn't go as far back there as I thought it did. Interesting. Okay. So Blades, yeah, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do so. All right. Now here, let me just set this down. Get this. And let's just get our floral, that's again our homemade fluorescent red out there. Never actually did do that. But we do that on this side here. So 1 hour and 13 minutes ago, again, this had a whole lot of nothing on it. It was just primer. I'm just saying. It's possible. You could do it too. Linseed Brotherhood is open to everybody. It is actually cheaper to use the oils, and it's certainly faster, and they're certainly going to last a lot longer. Not just the paints in the tubes, but your miniatures will be far more robust. Well, Arto Michael, I do hope that all kind of works out the way I'm postulating there. So see, now we've lightened up that our lightsaber on that side. We'll do this side, and then we'll get some of those hefty lights and some other places too, like down here. So yeah, or Michael, I really do hope that works out. And like I said, you can do some kind of exit strategy there. And this just kind of gives you the time to do that now, and the wiggle room. Again, just looking to get some of these edges here. These are hard surfaces, so we should have a little bit of a hard edge on some of these. Yeah, not absolutely everywhere, just a few little places there. That might be too far away to do something like that. Let me try this. And if that gets too thick, I can always just come back and take some of it away. No, that's too much. That's definitely too light on the face. I'm going to back away a little bit from that. Go with this, okay. That might be a little more like it. Nice. So, oh no, recoil. I guess I know that we were talking about when you finally get the chance to execute some culinary endeavors there for Rico's mom when she's heading back to the house. And I think we had discussed also what might be on the menu for that first meal when Rico's mom returns. Mostly because I'm just hungry and thinking about food right now myself. So I wasn't quite sure. I'll take some of this and soften up a couple of the edges there, I think. Well, Horns fan, it's there you go, Horns fan. We need something to make the sound that when it does this. That's what we need something to make that sound. We need brush sound effects. I also need a little bit more of an edge along that. Oh, and here too. See if we can actually. This is just going to be more like the regular light color in his eye. If I can do that here. Again, I'm going to be coming back with the darker stuff, and we'll work around that too. Now, I did the consulting of the flashlight oracle, and it did show some of the light also reaching that side of his face. Well, recoil, I'm sure you'll be able to scare up something. And actually, I'm fairly certain after all the hospital chow there, anything that you make is going to be completely gourmet. That's for sure. Actually, I might be getting some homemade ravioli next Monday when I head back over to work on the mural again. So yes, it's mural time once again. I think one of the things I'm going to try to do tomorrow is at least try and collate all the pictures that I have. Now I'm going to take this here. We're going to use this as a bit of a micro blending brush, and we're going to push some of that red out here. onto the rest of the face. There we go. So cheese sandwich and pumpkin soup. That is an interesting combination there, Recoil. Now, I'm guessing it's a grilled cheese sandwich. That's how we would call them here. But the pumpkin soup and the grilled cheese together, that seems like a very different kind of combo there. Sorry that she got that wrong. Okay, there we go. Cut the top edge of that cut out. Now we'll do the bottom. There, and then we're going to do the same thing on this side here. Thanks, Blades. That's actually the last one. Last one of the unit here. We've really cranked through these pretty quick. This was our one from the Surprise Tuesday stream, and you also did a Surprise Tuesday stream. So again, everybody please give Blades a follow if you could. Blades, are you going to be doing any more different days, or are you going to kind of go back to more of the regular Blade schedule there? This is another area where I've been kind of missing. Here we go. That's a little better there. Actually, I don't think I've ever had pumpkin soup. I don't think I ever have. In fact, I know I've had pumpkin pie a million times, but not pumpkin soup. Well, I suppose if the pumpkin pie got kind of soft and smushy, maybe it was vaguely like pumpkin soup, but not quite the same thing. It's very fun, and of course we made our own fluorescent oil paint here. It kind of bounces a little bit, not quite like the orange bounces on camera, right, Blades? Well, Blades, I hope that the trip has been a blast. I think it has been. I think you've had a lot of fun there. Alright. Warm and dark here. This is kind of thinned down. And we're just going to reinforce again some of these edges here. This one too. Where's my blending brush? There you are. Hey there, Metalovich. How you doing? So Metalovich says that pumpkin soup is much more common than pumpkin pie. Pumpkin spice popular in the fall, that's for sure. Blades is headed off to Calgary, as I like to say. Now, Blades, remember what I was asking about the Saddle Dome, if that was still there? Because they were actually constructing that, believe it or not, when I was last there in Calgary, as I like to call it. I did get to go to the Stampede. Are you going to be heading there too, Blades? The chuck wagon races. The chuck wagon. Yeah, there was a big old. Let's say there was a significant crash in the chuck wagon races when we were there that day. Yeah. Now I know that pumpkin pie. That was something that Kathy really liked. She always, whenever she could, she would try to make a pumpkin pie. Now, of course, my favorite is one of the pie is blueberry pie, kind of like that. Of course, French silk is definitely another one. She liked key lime pie. Well, it's pie. Thanks, Blades. You know what? Because that was another place that we went to along the way. Banff National Park. Holy smokes. I was just trying to think of that just last week. Just last week, I was trying to think of Lake Louise in Banff National Park, right, Blades? And of course, my very weak memory well, non-existent memory. Couldn't conjure that up, so thanks. Of course, I will promptly forget that now. But thanks for letting me remember it for at least a brief second before it's forgotten again. Oh, that's right. And I told Armored Wolf that the archaeological dig that is working on the basement and everything, trying to make new work areas and stuff. I did manage to find those historical plastic army men, and again, not the World War II variety, the Civil War ones, the Mexican-American War ones, and the Revolutionary War ones. So we have to get those prepped as best as possible, get rid of the nasty mold lines, and put them on an appropriate base, and then try to paint those on stream. Wow, Blades, that's taken me back, because guess how we got there? Yeah, it was via bus. I'm not kidding you. It was via bus, so that's really starting to take me back. Now we need to give him some eyes here. Let's do that too. Oh, by the way, this is still only an hour and a half in. Or is it? No, it's only 86 minutes. Yeah, not even 90 minutes in. Like I'm saying, the Lindsay Brotherhood is open to all. It's open to everybody. Come on and join. Ooh, you know what? Let me darken that up too. Back to maybe a little bit of the black in there too. That's the indigo, some of the black, and we'll just hit this thing. Whatever that is. We got another one over here. Now I'm going to try and reinforce our shadow just a wee bit here. And again, not to cast by the overhead ambient light, but by the lightsaber itself. The oracle of the flashlight says so. So yeah, the oracle of the flashlight. There we go. There's my shadow there. I kind of had to take all the different elements and then sort of combine them into one shadow, but hey, it is what it is. So Elite, it's all exactly the same. It's there's no way to make it any different. It's all it is that and linseed oil. So there is no difference, and it's the same amount of linseed oil, same everything. It's just when it dries, it's less shiny. So how you doing there, Elite? Great to see you back. Yep, it's just all it is. Where's my linseed oil? Here it is. And this is also from Mona Lisa too. So it's a little bit of this linseed oil. Oh, and I believe this is the unrefined linseed oil there. Because I think overseas and such, yeah, there tends to be, for whatever reason, more of the refined linseed oil for whatever reason. So Elite, hopefully your Wednesday and Thursday went well. I could have a surprise thing that I might be painting for the Friday and Saturday streams. I'm not sure, but it could be a little bit of a surprise. Yeah, I'm gonna just fade some of that too. Where's my... Ah, there you are. We need to hit... Yeah, we're going to hit that again. First, we're going to actually take Mr. Blending Brush here and do that. Then now we'll get all of our dark out of there. I'll get some of this lighter reddish stuff. Catch an edge right over here. I want to do some of that down there too. There we are. That's something that's been missing for a little while. Now let's do this too. One edge right here. Another one there. So Rico, I'll send you some pictures of all of the stuff that I've been doing, especially this last week. Again, it's been a real, it's been quite the push. Today, although ironically, I actually was doing more stuff upstairs than downstairs. So Elite, that really has worked out exactly the way that I was hoping. And I mean, this is only, well, actually, is this a better way? Yeah, this is a little bit bigger here. Now we'll just use this one. But imagine this times 2, right? There's like a whole nother thing that goes out to about here. And basically there's 2 of these being cranked out over the course of a 5 to 7 hour period, 24 hours a day. And yes, they're being cured like this, which has worked out very, very well. The whole process has been very much streamlined. That's for sure. Oh, here's another. So again, you just tons of things like this all being printed out over and over. And that has really, really been running very well. And well, we're going to be printing some more basing bits tonight, courtesy of Valfair and Recoil. So thank you so much again, Valfair. Appreciate that. More basing bits to come. So Ryan, how you doing? I know that I know you just posted something to Instagram there, Ryan. So if you wanted to share that in the chat there, please go ahead so that people can see what's possible with the oils. So Ryan, some of the folks from overseas, they could only get refined linseed oil, or at least that's what was kind of given to them. And I don't remember, it was a long time ago, but they said there was some kind of unusualness with mixing it with the powders. But again, I don't know if it really made a difference because I haven't used any refined linseed oil myself. And yeah, not long before the stream, maybe, I want to say about 20 minutes before the stream, I just mixed this up real quick. I mean, it's easy enough because it's literally just linseed oil and the powder. There's no thinner in there. There's no other colors to worry about. And remember, you can do that with weathering powders too. I actually did one of my videos on that. Actually, Elite, I did a video for the Patreon page that kind of shows what I've been doing with all of the printing area stuff for weeks now. Well, yeah, what, 6.5, 7 weeks? And then I took, that's why some of those things are chopped up, because I actually was also showing how I removed the prints from that sprue, or from the supports there. Hey there, Megan. There's Recoil's mom. Everybody please say hello to Recoil's mom and wish Recoil's mom the best. So Recoil's mom, sorry that they messed up the order. So you ended up with a cheese sandwich and a pumpkin soup, and we were saying here, pumpkin soup, you don't really see that. You see lots of pumpkin pie. So great to see you there. Everybody please give Megan Paints a follow too. And Ryan, if you want to please again post your link there in the chat, and then this way people can see Ah, there it is. So check out Ryan's Instagram link there from Ryan Oil Painting. Because, yeah, I saw a new post there today. So, Arda Michael says that Williamsburg uses cold pressed linseed oil. It's so funny, Arda Michael, because all I can think of there is cold pressed watercolor paper. Hey there, Inferno Paws. Great to see you. And of course, lurkin is like working. Now, Sarge, are you lurking while working? Because it is only 10:49. It would be nice if you were already back at the casa and everything. So Blades, if you want to post your link tree there, and of course Sarge, if you wanted to post any of the work that you've been doing on your Nurgle guy there. I forget what he's called, but yeah, that is a really nice figure there, Sarge. That's going to be fantastic. Hopefully you got all kinds of really fun ideas for painting that. I'm sure you do. Now, tempted to do something like, man, no, we'll just wait on that right now. Don't have to decide right now. So Inferno Paws, great to see you there. And of course, yeah, Rico's mom, we were debating about, the whole pumpkin pie versus pumpkin soup thing. Now, okay, it was the wrong order, but hopefully at least it was edible, if not maybe better than edible. Ah, it's already back at the casa. Well, that's fantastic, Sarge. Now, Sarge, will you get some maybe some hobby time this weekend? I mean, it's coming up. Hopefully, you get some time to do that. So again, everybody, please give Megan Paints a follow if you could. Also, Blades. I knew I was missing something up there. Flashlight says that's actually going to be more ambient light there. Alright, I'll do that. I'll do that. We can do that here. Let's just take some of this here. Not a big deal. That's some of the indigo, some of our Mars Black, and then a little bit of the brilliant yellow pales. Elite, actually, if you had food that you could edit, that must be like, I guess, a replicator or something, right? You say, oh, this could just use a little bit more of this, and then you could just edit your food. Wow, that would be fantastic. Elite, I think you're onto something there. You might want to copyright that or something before that idea gets taken. Yeah, that's a good idea there. Now, Nerifil says, maybe time for a Bits Creek. Thank you so much. Oh, Valfera, before you head out, let's do our gratuitous film noir, shall we? Now, I think you can see there is a little bit more of a light source look because, I mean, this thing, not only is it so close, but it's kind of coming from underneath. So basically, the lighting is coming from above here, sort of from in front and below over here. So that's sort of creating a bit of an object source, or a bit of a light source thing. Obviously here, nothing close to this though. There's that's your color contrast, temperature contrast, saturation contrast, all the contrasts right there. And again, that is because, there you go, contrast. It's more than just light versus dark. So Elite, remember the debate that we had? Why? Okay, they're using the replicators. Why is the chocolate sundae not as good for you as a plate of broccoli? If matter and all this stuff is interchangeable, just kind of seemed like technology was in the wrong hands. They just didn't know how to really take advantage of it. So Nerifil looking to do a Blitzkrieg with Sarge. So Nerville, thank you so much for the bitses. Appreciate that. And Sarge, glad that you're already again back at the Casa there, able to sort of chill out. Yeah, Elite, it's always kind of intrigued me. Ooh, actually, now this is not Star Trek, but this is one of those Babylon 5. Again, I've been clearing out the 2D art areas, so I found this, and this is a well, here. Let's just zoom out and you'll be able to see this a little bit easier here. There we go. So yeah, this is Minbar. This is obviously after. So there's Sheridan right there, and old Flarn King, and he's got his meal of joy right there. And Delenn seems to have to explain something to the religious caste, and that's the warrior caste right there. And even the religious caste is not super impressed with that tiny little Minbari ship in his hand right there. So yeah, this was really hilarious. I did this one. I don't even know how many prints of this that I made. Oh, look at that, 400 trillion served. So yeah, that's McFlarn. The golden arches are everywhere, even on the Minbari homeworld. So everybody please. Oh, it's the Harbinger of Decay. Okay. Well, Sarge, I hope that's a blast for you. But yeah, that is something that I ran across. Ooh, how's about I zoom back in here? That's something that I ran across yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I was clearing out the 2D art spaces. I figured I would be running into lots of stuff like that. There was more, but that was the one that I just had to bring up here and show you guys on the stream because oh my gosh, that was so much fun doing that. It's the closest I was ever going to get to doing a cartoon, basically. Yeah. Sorry about that, Sarge. That was no fun. Was that last week or last weekend? Well, it kind of carried over. Because yeah, they were still they were there at what 11 o'clock at night, Sarge, digging. Now, if that were the town of Midsummer, that would have been very suspicious. Yeah, the Midsummer Constabulary might have shown up and wondered if there was something nefarious going on there. Well, actually, recoil. Now, I'll see if the scanner works. I don't know if the scanner still works or not. If the scanner doesn't work, I'll at least try and snap a picture of that recoil. And then if it's good enough, I'll try and send you that pic if that's okay. Because that way, that way you could use it as a screensaver or something like that. Yeah, I'll try and either again scan that or snap a pic for you. No problem there, recoil. It would be really nice for somebody to have. Well, there's other B5 artwork that I found too. There was the one I actually found another print of. It was one that original that Mira Furlan signed, and then of course I've got the Peter Jurasik that he signed. Well, it was a Londo, of course. No, not gonna add the light over there. That would be too much. No, I think I'm gonna just leave. We're gonna get some definition over here. That's what I think I was about to do over there. Well, recoil. I'll try and get as good of an image as I can for you then, so that if you print that out, it ends up being decent for you. So Elite, basically, as it was described, matter is transformed into energy, or the vice versa. So it basically is just kind of conjured out of, well, almost nothingness. So it's kind of a little bit like, well, you have a bunch of modeling clay, and well, then it becomes a sculpture. Recoil, ooh, Minbari in black. That's another one I don't think you've seen. And of course, Recoil. This one already is an image here, so I could send you this one. Let me just scroll on up here. Nope, not that one. This one. That's already an image, so I could send you that one tonight. Well, after the stream, obviously. But yeah, I've got a few of those. I actually ran across a few other Babylon 5 ones. I know there was one I did with Bester and Ivanova with the Psy-Core icon sort of behind them. Yeah, that was very fun. So well, I'll try and send you some of those. Thanks, Elite. The B5 stuff was just it was fun. I have a ton of next gen stuff. I actually did do a lot of next gen art. I actually even did some Deep Space Nine. Actually, Terry Farrell signed one of my Deep Space Nine paintings. Back in the very early days when I was doing those conventions, she just happened to be there. And then I also have, I just ran across this yesterday. It was a cover of a program book or something like that, and it was a portrait of Siddiq El-Fadil, and he signed that. Now, well, that'd be fantastic. Again, Recoil, I would really enjoy it if somebody could have some fun with the B5 art again. There we go. Now, actually, there's a Babylon 5 Facebook group. I should probably post some of that there, too. Hey there, Fuker. 6 months worth. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now, Elite. Oh, there was another Deep Space Nine artwork that I did, and of course, it was remember the Trouble with Tribbles episode that they did? So yeah, it's I think one of them is Quark under a pile of Tribbles. So yeah, I did do a few Deep Space Nine things. And then, Elite, there was Captain Picard's Guide to Celestial Mythology, which was the celestial, basically like we have our own sky mythology, right? Well, I did the sky mythology of the humans, the Klingons, the Romulans, and the Bajorans. I had the most fun with the Bajorans, though. That was absolutely fun with the prophets and the Borihas and such. Yeah, that was a really fun project. And I did tons of artwork for that. I did some color paintings for it. Lots of black and white drawings, and each constellation, there was the story behind each constellation. Hey there, Nixel. Didn't they do about 3, oh gosh, what were they, the Mirror Universe episodes in Deep Space Nine? Obviously Babylon 5, that was my favorite. That was definitely my all-time favorite. I absolutely love that. Again, just toning down some of these well, it's almost 2 hours in. At the 2-3 hour mark, you can start to do a little bit of the brushstroke management, as we like to say. So yeah, Nixel, it'll be weird given the fact that, and I mean, I hate to say it, but about 90% of the cast is, shall we say, no longer with us. I do believe that Mira Furlan was the latest. But yeah, no Jakar, no Londo, no Zach, no Delin. There's basically Sheridan, Ivanova, and even Dr. Stevens. He's gone too. Now I don't know if it's a movie or if it's going to be a series. Let me see if I can get a couple lighted like we did over here. I'm going to try and lighten that up here. Again, this is 1 hour and 50 minutes from primer to this. 1 hour 50 minutes. I'm just saying. Might want to think about it. So Nerifil, what's left to do on your Prinkles there? And of course, Nerifil. I think you were here the one time we did the. Well, Kathy was the one entity that was strong enough to, shall we say, show Pringles the door. And that was we were painting Kathy on one of those streams, and yeah, she just showed him the door. So yeah, Nixel, there's a Megan in the chat. So here you go. Yeah, you guys can play. You guys can play BG3 all night long, because it's only Thursday. It's not like you guys need any sleep or anything like that. And everybody, let's wish good vibes for Megan. It hasn't been the easiest of weeks for Megan, so let's wish the best for Megan. Now, well, Nearyfield, hopefully the wings are fun to do and not too much of a hassle. I mean, they can be because, well, how do you get your fingers out there? Of course, if you're not painting it all in one session with the oils, then it actually can be very easy. Which I've actually been showing in the... oh, that's right, tomorrow I'll be filming the next Dark Sword episode for that red dragon, that big old red dragon. Let me get a little bit my thinner onto that fast mat, and we'll let that break it down. So what I'm trying to do here is get the little chain of light highlights. Better get some more thinner, I guess. Either that or we gotta go the opposite way. But let's see what happens here. Yeah, that works. Yep, that worked out. Now, I'm glad that they're not as much of a hassle now. They're Nerifeld. And again, I know you don't have lots of pictures right now, but hopefully you'll get some pics that you can share here in the chat. Then I'll try and shoot you a message. I don't know, maybe shoot me a message, and then that'll prompt me just to kind of send you pictures of all the stuff that I've been trying to do here over the last several weeks. So it's J. Michael Straczynski says it's going to be a series. Boy, oh boy, yeah, Recoil actually did get to meet him. I did get to meet him at one of the conventions there. Boy, oh boy, it's there's something I don't know, mysterious. Maybe it's a Vorlon curse or something like that. Recoil. I swear, it's like a Vorlon curse. Everybody that was on the cast of that show. So Nixel, this is all for the Star Wars Shatterpoint game, and this is I forget what little group this is. Well, I think they're all Inquisitors, because here's the Grand Inquisitor, and it's a box of 4. And then there was the 3rd and 4th sisters there, and then this is, I guess, the 5th brother right here. So I don't know anything about that, because again, not having seen too much Star Wars, especially in the last, well, long time here. No, unfortunately, Nixel Garibaldi also went the way of everybody else, pretty much. And I remember the convention. It was actually it was Gowron, the actor for Gowron. Then you had Garibaldi. You had Mira Furlan was there, and you had Dr. Stevens. He was there as well. But that other convention where you had O'Hare, that's where you also had. That's where you also had. Oh, I just spaced his name, but Londo. I'll remember the actor's name. I've only said it about 10 times already this stream. Yeah, Recoil, it's really, I'm telling you, it's all like Sebastian came up to him and said, "You have 20 years, no more, no less." No, not Sebastian was the Inquisitor. Speaking of Inquisitors, but I forget who it was that, essentially kind of brought him back to life. Peter Jurasek, yeah, sorry there, Recoil. Now, like I said, I've only said his name 3 times in the stream, but of course forgot at the time I wanted to get that in my brain. So that would be neat, Recoil, if it was a series, and then hopefully he doesn't have to worry about, well, like they did at the time, right? Where they have to maybe kind of wrap things up too quickly or whatever, and they're not sure if they're going to get another season or not. I'm hoping, Recoil, that maybe with these other outlets, that he has a way of showing that without necessarily having to worry about the cancellation bug. Alright, there we go. Just I use the dark colors to actually sharpen up where some of these lighter highlights end up going. So yeah, basically Sebastian, he came up and he, it was mostly about Delin. And remember, he basically, he said, "I go by many names. Some call me Jack." And there was the sound of his cane. And that's what you heard, especially when he first came on board the ship. No, it was on board the station, really. I don't know if that all took place in Down Below or not. Because I know they were going to do, I think a Crusade, right? That was going to mostly be with the Rangers. Let me see, we have a lot of really bright. Let me consult the Oracle with the flashlight here. Well, that's a pretty intense. Maybe I could. No, I don't want to go too much lighter on that. Ooh, that's what I want to do, is get some neutral stuff back here. That's what's missing there. I think now you can actually really get some nifty B5 uniforms there. Oh, even Marcus is gone, right? Literally everybody. And he was actually, I think he was one of the first ones, too. I mean, it wasn't really long after he was on the show. And what's scary is that he kind of looked a bit like Aragorn. When I saw, obviously, any of the Lord of the Rings movies, I kept thinking, wow, you look an awful lot like Marcus. He didn't quite sound like Marcus, but did look a little bit like him. Let me see if I can get a little bit of mid-tone-ish lights over there. Same thing on this side. There's a whole lot of nothing over here. We need a little something. Doesn't need to be much, just a little something there. So yes, the Vorlon curse has gotten pretty much almost all of the B5 cast. You know, I might try to get a little bit more of my light right there. Yeah. So we just crossed the 2-hour mark, the 2-hour plateau, and of course, that's all it was. It was basically this shade of gray primer because they were both pretty much primed at the same time. So yeah, that is what this looked like 120 minutes ago. You know what? That could be lighter too. So can this. There we are. Maybe this too. I might even throw a couple little brighter lights to... Yeah, I don't want to make things too shiny, but we need to have a little something here. Boy, Hornsfant, it's really weird. Yeah, to see them, and of course, I mean, obviously, pretty much the same ages. And they're all, I mean, they're looking worse for wear, but they're still around. And, well, I did tons of next-gen paintings, too. Lots and lots of those. I did at least 3 paintings just from the Fistful of Data's episode alone, because that one was wild. Okay, so well, we won't be able to see it on Netflix, but it'll be, I'm sure it'll be out on DVDs or something like that, and then we'll be able to catch it then. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Just threw up a new video earlier today. I don't know, maybe a couple hours before the stream. Covering a lot of 3D printing and about building a new printing area. So yeah, with these guys, I just went with the plain old, really boring bases. I was originally thinking about doing some of the hoodoo rocks on the bases like we did here on our clone troopers, but or even something. I had even maybe thought about doing something like our jungle addition to the base there. But now this box, I have to say, it did come with some stuff. It came with this thing that they're standing, and then it actually came with that crazy thing that's been sliced almost in half right there. So I don't know if they're starting to do that with more of these boxes. And again, I had thought about doing something like this, throw in some of the, again, these are also 3D printed. Thought about putting that on the base, but then I said, no, we just don't really have the time. We gotta just gotta get this ready for painting as fast as possible. So yeah, I did a basing video on all of those other ones. The ones with the hoodoo rocks, the ones with the Bo-Katan, all those Mandos. So that is also, speaking of the Patreon page, it's also on the Patreon page. This is my indigo right here. There's just, this edge got kind of smushy. Now it's not so smushy. Alright, I'm just going to keep this, my floral red on the brush here because I keep running across. Now these lightsabers, I gotta say, they're not just thin, they are super thin. Very, very fragile. Just keep that in mind with these things. I'm going to separate that a little bit more. Now here, with this face, let me see if I can use maybe this even as a micro blending brush. Where's a paper towel here? Okay, I just want to make sure there is no moisture on this brush. Okay. Because what I got on here is a bunch of little lines. I need to move these around, expand these or something. Ah, that's better. Hopefully I can do the same over here again. It's just, there we are. We want shapes, we don't want lines. So now that looks a little bit more like a shape. Much better. I'm looking at this. What does the Oracle of the flashlight say? No, that's just going to have to be ambient light there, I think. No problem, we got some right here. Let's drop you right about there. Blending brush again. One of the things I really loved about B5 was that there were no replicators or transporters. So if Ivanova wanted coffee, she had to surreptitiously, very much against regulations, sneak some coffee plants in the hydroponics bay. And everybody kept wondering, where's she getting this coffee from? And I don't think she was, well, I think she got caught once, but she made a deal with somebody not to reveal that. I don't know if it was Garibaldi that actually caught her doing that. I would think that he'd be the guy to catch her. I did do a Garibaldi painting as well. I think a couple. Alright, there we go. See, that's going to make a little more sense, especially when we take our blending brush and lighten that up. I'll do it again here. Same way. We just got to reorganize all these there. Those make a lot more sense now, because this sounds like a little dome right here. Now it's looking very flat. It's rounded in two ways. It's rounded this way, but then also this way. And I think now these shoulder pads, there's a little more of our light we need to do right here. Like that. Blending brush again. Just to soften some of those edges. It is, oh, now that again we're past the 2-hour mark, we can start to think about brushstroke management. Let me see some of that over here. And actually this will also end up being a little bit less shiny as we do this. Not just about the brush strokes, it's also removing some of that paint. That's how it gets rid of those brush strokes, actually. Do some of that over here. And again, it's not this that's just going to smear it. It's straight up and down. Basically, sort of like a stippling motion here. Now this just got all kinds of just light there. I think I'm going to go back in with some darks. Yeah. Dark red, indigo here. Naphthol there. And that's going to go here. Some of these folds that just got much lighter. And they needed to be, okay, now we've done that. Blending brush. Merge these together. You know what? I'm gonna be cheeky here. Let me see if this is gonna work. Get a little bit more of my red. This is very much a dry brush, actually. You know what? I think that works. Okay, well, recoil, that in some ways that makes a little bit more sense there. Because you can sort of have, well, an animated, it would be nice to animate it to Lin and such. That way, that you can do. I don't think he would do an AI version, though, which would be a little bit weird. Right, an AI Londo and an AI Jakar duking it out there. Now again, I mean, I'm not joking when I say the last time I saw a TV of any kind was in April. And something tells me that there's, well, it's going to pretty much stay that way. Alright, we'll do yeah, we need a little bit of our light here. Not quite as much of the orange, but maybe more of the red here. Let's see what we got. I'm going to take some of that off the brush too. Elite, I think they kind of did a business model based on 2020. And that business model doesn't work for 2023 or 2024. And it seems like all of that is being massively cut back. I mean, it will have zero impact on me. I feel bad for the folks that might actually be negatively impacted by that in various ways. Let me try and get a little bit more of my light here along this edge. Also this one. And this one too, perhaps. Ah, well, that's good recoil. Again, I mean, that literally is the right, that's pretty much the right term, wouldn't you say? Surviving the Vorlon curse. I'll lighten up a little bit right along the knee there, and then the edge of this here. And then a little bit down in there. No, that's got too much thinner. We want something that's just more more paint and not so much thinner there. Okay. I'm going to try and get a couple little... Yeah, we need to get a little bit more of our red back here, I think. Let me see if I can do that back here. Let me see. Now, recoil. I'll try and do that. I'll just maybe start with my mini factory, then go to Colts 3D, and then maybe even Thingiverse. I think I did once, and I think I might have found like a Minbari cruiser or something like that. I think that's what I found. Of course, now I actually have a much better printing capacity for something like that. I also remember I was looking for Battlestar Galactica stuff, and I had found a few Battlestars. So I think I'll have to see what I can find. B5. Who knows? Maybe there's a bust of some B5 characters out there. A bust of Jakar or Londo. Actually, if anybody else knows of any, and if anybody wants to just do a quick little search of MMF or Colts 3D or something like that, Babylon 5 stuff, and then let me know if you find anything that's possibly of interest for painting on the streams. I have seen, actually, I think Recoil Game Body might have done, I think they might have done at least a couple of the fighters. I think they did do a Star Fury, if I remember right. So yeah, Game Buddy might have done a Star Fury. Somebody did, because I know I saw that floating around. Now, any Centauri ships or Narn ships, or again, Vorlon or Minbarish, I haven't seen any of those, and I don't think so. If I can, I'm going to try and get me a little bit more of my red up in here. Right there. And let me consult the flashlight. Yeah, the under... I wasn't really enthused about getting this lighter red underneath here, but it just kind of needs to be at least there. I don't know. Let's see how this works. If I don't like it, it'll be very easy to get rid of. No, that works there. That's right, this bicycle helmet. That's what this reminds me of. Like something you'd see in the Tour de France or something. That's what this reminds me. I knew it was reminding me of something, this particular shape here, as I get my lighter lights on the front of his bicycle helmet. That's all I'm going to call it now. Yeah, that's just a bicycle helmet now. We'll throw a little bit more of my lighter red here and also here. Not that light. Tone that down a bit. This also needs to get a bit more of the red. And so I was looking for an area where I could just do regular colors on the face, but it's all pretty much being influenced there by the lightsaber. So Recoil says that there's 1 or 2 or 290 of them on Colts 3D. Now, yeah, so Horns fan, I guess, maybe that's how he gets around. He doesn't use a speeder or something like that. Maybe he uses a bicycle, and that's his mode of transportation. It's been a long time since I last searched on Colts 3D. I know I have several objects just kind of in the cart there. Well, both on that and my mini factory. So Ryan, let's see if you saw these. This is Kurzlik right here. This is their Rohan slash... Oh, wait a minute. Now, some of this is Kurzlik, some of that is actually Printing Goes Ever On. So it's a little bit of a combo platter there. And then, let's see. Is there any... Oh, there's one here. This is, once again, a combination of... this Kurzlik... Oh, look at this. See this Theoden right here? That is definitely one that I want to paint up. Oh, look at this. There's Eowyn right there. I actually have a larger version of that I printed out. And look at this, another Grima. Yeah, so we've got, and there's, these are Dunlendings over here. Because we need to fill out the rest of that Dunlending force so that we can actually plate those guys too. So yeah, these, it's funny because I see these little round things and I keep thinking Medbury, but no, these are actually from Kurzlik right here. I might. Let me see if I can come back here. Let me just do this. Let me do this. We're gonna take that. There we go, and pull that out there. Now come back with this. Yeah, that whole edge there was a little bit too hard, too sharp. And also too, I've because we don't have enough Candice stuff already. I actually printed out a few of the Diwali Candice riders. So now we've got the plastic ones, we've got the metal GW ones, we've got the Medbury ones. We've got like 4 different. Actually, no, and there's another one too that I printed out from somebody else that's not Medbury. So I think I actually have 5 different Candish army. That's of all the things that I would have thought I would have 5 different versions of. That's not one of them. Yeah, Elite. Well, you even think of next gen, even Babylon 5. Those typical season was 20 some odd episodes. Oh, even remember Space Above and Beyond. That's another show that you think, oh, it only got 1 season, yet there's still 22, 23 episodes, even just for that 1 season that it was on. That was another thing, Recoil, that I heard was potentially maybe going to be redone in some way, shape, or form. I would not be opposed to that. Of course, the people that were in that show are now, well, about 25 years older. Oh my gosh, the DOPPG. I remember the sound. Yeah, recall. You're getting me to recall the sound that made. Very distinctive, right? So again, I believe that Game Buddy did a Star Fury. Not sure who might have maybe done again a Centauri chip or a Narn chip. Just putting enough chips, not ships. I'm just going to put a few of those there. Just, I don't know, reasons. Either a Pendrake. Nope, I believe that is all still going. As I'm going to darken this edge up here. And believe it or not, I can actually make this part of the lightsaber a little bit lighter. Because that's really only the brilliant yellow pale there. I hopefully now having the thinner sitting on our fast matte white, that's broken that down a little. More of the brilliant yellow pale here. Now I'm going to go thicker with this. Might have to go the other way. Hey there, Doji. Great to see ya. Doji, as always, if you wanted to post your fabulous Eldfall Chronicles miniatures there, that'd be great so everybody can see those. So Doji doing the last one here of this particular group. Don't remember what the box was called. So Pendrake, haven't done that yet. Part of it is I'm trying to figure out a composition for horizontal. Okay, because obviously all of the sailing ship, the picture that I wanted to do, it's a vertical orientation. And I'm just trying to figure out the best way to be able to maybe smush that down and create more of a scene around it or something like that, and then have it be again more of a horizontal composition so that it works on camera here. So again, Doji, yeah, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat there, again, those fabulous Eldfall Chronicle minis. Actually, the painting that I would really like to do is the USS Kearsarge versus the Confederate Raider Alabama off the coast of Cherbourg Peninsula. So who knows? Maybe I'll see what I can find image-wise, and maybe we can do that. Of course, that would there had been times where I contemplated doing that for my birthday stream, because that's when that took place, was on my birthday. That was in 1864. And there is a current day ship. It's one of those assault type ships, a helicopter carrier. And that is the USS Kearsarge. You know what? I think I can catch a little bit of the... Ooh, I actually had that on the brush already. I think... Yes, I can do just a little bit there. Maybe even another little touch of it right here. And again, that's these crazy little whatever segmented things here. So everybody please check out the Instagram there by Doji. So yeah, Elite, I think you heard us talking, right? How the original Babylon 5 was done with about 20 Amiga 2000 computers using Lightwave software to do all the animation and all the digital stuff, the computer-generated stuff. Which was hilarious because at the computer graphics studio where I worked, we had an Amiga 2000 and I was using Lightwave. Which gave me dreams of doing 3D ship animations. That didn't happen. Let me see, I'm going to take that, and there we go. Just going to smooth that out a bit here. Okay. This is going to get light there, and a little bit down there too. So Doji, again, whatever the, not the biggest box, but sort of the next box down. All of those are prepped. The one that has the stone golems in it, and, well, basically sort of like a tree man or an ent type thing. I had hoped to maybe, well, there's not really much I can do basing video-wise with that, except maybe I just want to do somewhere I can say, well, how do you kind of augment a base without going too crazy? Now, Recoil says that if we want to either use a lot of resin or really try and hollow that thing out, there's an Omega-class destroyer there. So it's the Earthen Creatures box there. So Pendrake, I do believe that the screw ship won. And that was kind of the, well, for many reasons, the death of the side paddle wheel. Obviously, that it had lots of limitations, and probably out in the high seas, well, was damaged quite a bit, wouldn't you say, Pendrake? Now, Pendrake, there was a book that I was given when I was 7 years old, an 800-page book on the history of the ship, and believe it or not, that painting you're talking about, that's in that book. That very paint. Now I don't know. Maybe it's not that painting that you're talking about, but that particular tug of war. That is in that book. That I do know. And it's one of the colored plates in that book. Yeah, Doji. Well, that's. Oh, you know what, Doji? I think you're onto something here. Because what did we never get to do? We never got to do this. So maybe we can do a color theory. And, there's two of them, right, Doji? Oh, if there's two, we do this. I don't know. What do you think there, Doji? Does that sound like a plan? That might just be the trick, don't you think there, Doji? I've been wondering. Well, I was going to do some black Newman Orients. Actually, I could still do that. I can still do that, but maybe that's something that could be interesting. So it could be a combination of, well, painting stones, but then also maybe a comparison between those two. Ooh, you know what? I need to get here some of my lighter stuff here on this. There we go. That edge. That edge has been waiting to be done for, I don't know, half an hour-ish. Now, speaking of which, we're 2.5 hours in. Again, this had Zippo in the way of paint on it 2.5 hours ago. It's easy to join the Lindsay Brotherhood. Believe me, it's very easy. Let me see if I can throw a little bit of my light there. Let's see. So it's a Gerstecker, right? Right, Doji? And again, for the folks, especially on the continent there, and you're in the EU, or especially in Germany, that is a place where you can actually get things like Gamlin, Williamsburg. I know they're really hard to get, but you can get them there. So Doji, I got that Mars Black a long time ago, but obviously I never got a chance to do the video with that. So now's the time, I guess. I want to see if I can't drag this over this way. And again, the GoFundMe campaign there. Again, thanks for posting that link, Armored Wolf. That is to help with all of these kind of massive things with the house. Again, that requires heavy equipment that I don't possess and don't know how to operate. Again, my own personal crane would be very handy because I would always have a parking space. I would just crane any vehicle in my way, out of my way, but I don't have one of those. So that's what the GoFundMe is for. Things like that. And also, well, tearing down garages, that sort of thing. Appreciate everybody that has already donated via the GoFundMe. See if I can do something with that lower lip. That's a little funky now. We've gone back and forth on that a couple of times here. Nerifale, it's kind of funny because I haven't used Black Spinel in a long time. The Mars Black is definitely, well, it's like the Mars Red. I mean, you can see just how flat that is, right? But then you get into the Mars Red, and it's the same thing. Look at this. That is very matte. So Nerifale, it'd be interesting to see. Now, I think it does say matte on the... let me see. So opaque, yes, opaque. But it doesn't actually talk about how matte it is. Now, of course, the disadvantage here is, right, that's just a printed label. Whereas the Williamsburg, among others, puts the actual paint on the label. Super helpful. Yeah, Nerifale, the Power of the Mars series. Again, thinking about Garibaldi there. Let me lighten this up. What was the name? Oh gosh, what was the name of the business dude on Mars? Something Industries. What was it? I should know. So yeah, I like the Black Spinel. It was very pricey, and it was very strange to then go, oh, look at this. Here's this Williamsburg stuff, this Mars Black, and look, it's maybe half the price of the Black Spinel, and it kind of does the same thing. Now, of course, we'll see what the Mars Black from Gamlin does. And of course, again, the pigment numbers don't mean anything. You can check out several Color Theory and Oils episodes where we saw that, yeah, just because it's pigment brown number 7 or whatever, it doesn't matter. There can be massive differences from one paint brand to the next. Pendrake, that would be quite hilarious, that's for sure. Definitely hilarious. That would, again, hopefully there is some success around that animated movie, just like, was it 2024? Let's see, War of the Rohirrim. That's going to be an animated movie. And I'm just trying to get some of my latest lights here along some of these edges. Obviously, Helm Hammerhand is going to be a big thing in that movie. They haven't said much else. It's been kind of a silent over the last, I want to say, last 8 months or so. Obviously, right now everything would be silent, but there we go. So that's closest to there, trying to again get the light really focused and concentrated there. Couple more areas of light there, maybe something here. Might actually try and, okay, fine, we'll take this dark red that's going to go here. Also there. And then under here, I don't even know if you can really see much of this. Sort of. Might even almost do a pinline wash-ish thing here. And while we're doing that, we're going to welcome in Isidore. Isidore, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Isidore27 a follow, unless you're already doing that. So Isidore, thanks for the raid. And as always, want to share anything in the chat, things you are working on, that'd be fantastic. Hey there, Hecaton. Nice to see you there too. Welcome back. It's been a little while. So we are 2 hours 37 minutes in on something that, of course, and you'll be shocked, right, Isidore, to know that it was just primer 2 hours and 37 minutes ago. This is part of the Shatterpoint series here. This was our Tuesday stream. Yeah, did this on Tuesday, not Monday. So this is, I think that was the fourth sister. We got the third sister over here. And that was the last week, and then this was a tutorial video here. So it's the Grand Inquisitor. So we've done almost all of the box here. We just got a little bit left on this guy, and that whole box is done. So Hecaton, those conquest figures, they're a hecaton, right? They're somewhat large. I insist that they're at least 42 millimeter scale. I mean, we've done some. I still have some more that I can do, but remember all of the Wardoon that we painted on stream. Now this, of course, is about the same scale right here. So yeah, now Hecaton, what's the big dino? The Tonto or something like that, the big giant dino. That was something that I wish I could snag that one. And then there's the, gosh, what is it? There's another one of the Wardoon, but he's riding more of a smaller critter. So Isidore, hopefully you're doing really well. Again, everybody please give Isidore a follow if you could. And of course, Isidore, again, if you want to share anything in the chat, things you've been working on, that would be fabulous. So yeah, the Tontor, that's quite the massive beast there. I know that Bithron was working on, I guess it's the Nord, or whatever, the giant there, or the Jotun or something. And that's really massive also. So Isidore, great to see you again. And of course, thanks for the raid. Thank you so much. Let me see if I can't throw in a little lighter mark. Ah, here we go, this side. Something like that. And Doji, I mean, that's what I'm doing. I don't visualize myself ever actually playing it. But there's some unique miniatures. So that, well, like you're saying, just get them to paint them. Now we each have plenty of other, well, things for armies that we can play, right? So 40 skellies for some Soulblight Gravelords. So Isadora, well, if you have some pictures you want to share of some skelly friends, yeah, it's like you're channeling your inner Jinxed art there, because she's always doing skelly friends. So Hackathon, great to see you again as always. And we'll do this here. Yeah, because I just did a little flashlight thing, and it did definitely show some lighting there. Hackathon, I could swear, maybe it was, maybe I read it in the Drax or something like that, and I could swear I saw you hanging out there in the chat. Actually, well, I know that Drax, he changed his stream days a little bit, and I know it's been toasty there, but I actually haven't seen Drax. I thought Tuesday night for sure he'd be streaming, but I didn't see Drax. Again, I know that if it's really hot out there, it's more difficult for him to stream. Actually, speaking of Stila there, Doji, she hasn't, I know that there was so many different aspects going on there. She hasn't streamed in quite some time, has she? And by quite some time, I mean, I think it's been months. So everybody please check out those Discord links there from Isadore. I guess I should just send Stila a message just to see how she's doing. Because, well, that was a great thing to raid to, right? Oils to oils. Steel will be working on oil painting, and we could just head right over there and kind of continue. Well, that'd be good, Doy. Well, then, okay, if that's the case, I think I will just shoot a message that way, just to say hey and how you doing. I assume still in Japan. Now we're getting into some brushstroke management, especially up here, because it's almost 3 hours in. It's almost 3 hours in, and that means we can start to focus in on that. Okay, just taking a nice soft brush here with no paint on it and just softening out something. Just doing a little bit of tap, tap, tap here. Not doing this. All that's going to do is just smear it. We don't want to be smearing paint all over the place. I'm going to grab me a paper towel here. Again, I just want to make sure we've got as much paint out of there as we can. And then we'll see if I can do that over here. Again, just a little bit of brushstroke management. Smooth some of this stuff out here. So I'm glad that there's still the miniature and hopefully done in the oils. I would imagine so, right, Doji? Well, then that's extra good. Okay, then I'll just shoot a message that way. So we're definitely doing the scumble here, Nerifil. Definitely doing some of that here again with the brush that has no paint on it. Because the idea is we're subtracting paint. That's a watercolor thing that I used to do all the time, actually. The watercolor strategy there of actually removing paint. So Hecatone says that it would only be appropriate if Stila... well, I'll have to send the message that there. Hecatone will say she's only allowed, she's going to come back to streaming. It has to be only Onis, at least to start. Only the Onis, right, Hecatone? Because that makes that certainly makes sense. Just was moving a cord there that got out of place. Okay, the same thing over here again. Just gonna do some brushstroke management on some of this. Yeah, like here. See, I can very plainly see a hard edge there. I'm just gonna do the scumble there, a little tap, 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 and that goes away. Yeah, Hecatone, I always refer to them as Twitch clothes because Steele always called them Twitch clothes. So I used that, I don't know, it wasn't all that long ago on a stream, and somebody had no idea what I was talking about with Twitch clothes. But that was another Steele special right there. Yeah, Doji, there was a few of those that did. Well, anytime I see an Oni, of course, you just think of Stila, the Oni master. Of course, anytime I would see those Onis, all I would think of is the Japanese baseball players, because those Onis are all walking around with their bats. Here's another case of a couple little brush strokes there. Again, we're just going to do this and tap away that. The other thing is it kind of gets a little bit less shiny, right? It is nowhere near as shiny as it was just a couple hours ago. All right, well, Sarge, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate that. And, well, best of luck tomorrow. Or, well, later today, because it just turned tomorrow. So, yep, Sarge, you definitely got to be skedaddling there. Get yourself some shut-eye, because now it's midnight for you and me. So, good night there, Sarge. That's well, this is another thing. Can I get my blending brush? No, we'll just attack it this way. There, okay, that's a little. There was some weird, funky brush strokes in there too. So getting rid of that. I think. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to get a little bit of light right on that part of the sword hilt or lightsaber hilt there. Well, 1 second, folks. We're going to do a little bit of clean up here because that's some brush cleaner right there. Yeah, we don't want that. And let me just get my paper towel here and soak some of that stuff up, because brush cleaner and oil paints together, well, those don't work so great, do they? You don't really need a whole bunch of this. I just want to make sure that it hasn't dripped on anything weird here. So I don't feel any liquid down there. So I'm just going to move some stuff, make sure that it hasn't dripped down onto that. All right. So again, sorry about that. There goes my mouse. 1 second here. Let me try and get that plugged back in here. Okay, so the mouse not quite working there. 1 second here. Let me just get a paper towel to sit on this here to soak up a little bit more of this. Might have to throw some more brilliant yellow pale out there too. Also, too, let me see which. I'm just going to take this thing here, and I'm just going to plug it into here. 1 second. And let's see if that means now we have a mouse again. There's my brush here. So I'm going to get some of this stuff off of here. And actually this whole brush handle needs to be cleaned off because that's got a whole bunch of the cleaner on it. Alright, that's better. Because what that will do is it's going to strip all the paint off of your brush handle there. So let me see if I can find some unadulterated paint here that doesn't have any of the brush cleaner in it. It is funny because I will be taking down this. This is gonna look a little bit different the next time you see it, because well, I ordered one. Somehow I ended up with like 5 or 6 of these mats here, so we're gonna be replacing that. Now, actually, here, let me also move some of these things. We're gonna say hello to our newest little hobbit over here. Thank you so much, Chris Daga. I appreciate that. Chris Kata, thank you so much. It's like, again, I would prefer that stick to this stick. This stick not so good against Balrogs. So Hecatone working on some dwarves there. Here, let me just, again, I gotta clean off some of this, some of the paint remover here, because that's gonna really make quite the mess of things. Yeah, I'm just going to do this again over here too. Just cleaning it up with some water. And my paper towels here. So I'm definitely also going to replace this thing too, because that just that's twice that's happened now. And that's less than ideal. We don't need that to keep happening. Alright, so I think it's about the best I can do with the cleanup there. Might throw a little bit more again, just trying to get some of this cleaner off of the brush handles. No, that's not our new one. There's our new one. So yeah, Doji, this is the original one right here. There's actually a lot of these are bits of Scopy, no, bits of Scopy, but also green stuff, and even some epoxy sculpt. Yeah, there's a little bit of everything stuck on there. So yeah, what I would like to get is another one of these. We ended up with this coming back from a restaurant. It's a porcelain thing, so it's heavy enough to not tip over like that plastic thing does. So I'm going to see if I can find something like that on the Amazons there. I'm not even sure what you would call that, kind of a porcelain sauce container or something, I don't know. So I haven't seen the Little League World Series in a long, long time. I know there was a U.S. player that hit about a 500-foot home run or something like that. It's very difficult to convince everybody that he was 12. Maybe in dog years. Hey there, Poisonako, how you doing? And thank you again, Chris Kata. Appreciate that follow. Of course, so does Gandalf. I think as long as we're doing these lightsabers, he's gonna want one of those. Now, maybe I can finally get to this, because all I was trying to do was get some of the paint out of the brush so that I could do that. Now, so again, Pendrake, it's just it's a little kind of a square-ish container, and that's made out of porcelain. And it's about the right size. I would love to have a second one over in this other area. Again, because what I'm using is a plastic one, and it just kind of keeps tipping over, unfortunately. Because it's, again, everything is a little bit different with this setup. And that's the one thing that I have not been able to solve with this new setup there. Well, I just got to find me one of those. Or a couple would be nice. So Pendra, it's just for to put a little bit of the brush cleaner in, that's it. Because right now it's in one of these plastic ones like this, and that just keeps falling over like it just did, and it goes right out onto the palette, which means now all of the brush cleaner has now mixed with all of my paint. Alright, let me do a little bit of my... yeah. There's a whole bunch of little lines here. See if I can get some of these. Not the easiest thing to do with the opaque stuff, because that tends to be a little thicker, but it looks like we got a couple of nice little lines right there. So that is something I'm going to be searching for on Amazon after the stream, that's for sure. I was going to. It just hasn't been a super priority, but now that, well, it happened once on a video. Well, fortunately, Phil, right, it's just here. All it is a piece of cardboard. And this, and it just clipped on there. So, I mean, both of these are quite disposable. So who knows, we might be taking that, or I might be just sticking that on top of that one. So yeah, Pendrake, that's, I do believe that's where the restaurant that it came from was from a Japanese or a Chinese place or something. I don't think it came from a Korean barbecue. Although Korean barbecue restaurants probably have tons of those. So yeah, this palette is eminently disposable. You can get rid of this no problem. And the brush cleaner in question is right here. And again, this is so that is for dried acrylic and oils. And it's not hazardous, no vapors. It's just if it gets onto something like, well, a brush handle or something like that, it's going to remove that paint. So just got to be aware of that. And that was why I was, well, it kind of all of a sudden fell over where there was a whole collection of brushes. And the other thing is those brushes will then all stick together, which is also not as ideal as you would think. So I've got my band of that. I would like to maybe make that one level light. Let me see if I can do that here. Yeah, so Nerefield, actually I used to have it in a container there all the time. It was fantastic. It was no problem. And for whatever reason with this new setup, that's where it's definitely been problematic to say the least. So here I'm just going to try and again soak up some of that here. We're not really using our radiants, except I just did put those on the palette. I'd like to save some of those for tomorrow. So yeah, Poison Aqua, again, that's just a nice little brush cleaner there. And it's by Winsor Newton. Again, I'm just going to clean out this little area here where I got the water. Yeah, so Nerefield, what's interesting is that I've had no problems with any kind of plastic cup or any plastic container having a problem with the that brush cleaner. It's just the brush handles don't like it very much, and there's other forms of plastic that definitely don't like it. So I could see a container, being made out of just, well, whatever, the wrong type of plastic, right? And it doesn't do so well with the cleaner on it. Okay, that's the light that I'm looking for. A little too thick there on that paint. Ah, that's better. And now there, get a couple more little light dots there. Something here. I'm gonna have to come back with either dark or maybe I have to get some of my lighter red over there too. So yeah, I was filming a video a couple of weeks ago, and I did that same thing, except that was a video, so a little bit easier to deal with there than live on stream. So I guess it's a good thing that I was thinking about kind of well, the other thing too is that this whole mat is actually sliding. It's actually about a half an inch or so, or almost 5/8 of an inch out of place from where it started out. Doji, the one thing I wanted to experiment well is, well, especially just for cleaning the brushes after a session, is just to try the dish soap and water and see what happens, especially warm water, and see if that cleans out the brushes. Usually, it's I'll also use the 70% rubbing alcohol, or the ISP, I guess as some people call it. Trying to get some of my light highlights there along that edge. So again, see, trying to make it two, it curves this way and then that way too. So definitely going to have to find myself another one of those containers. So that's the thing is, that would be too big for the area that this is, because I also have one of my lights sitting there too. Now, Nary field, no, you won't be able to. Unfortunately, I can't get that on camera, but maybe I'll take a picture and show you the plastic that it did eat through, because it did eat through some plastic. One of my lights, actually. Just that we got some of the dark there. I need to get some of the dark here. Let's just see if we have some that's not quite demolished by all the brush cleaner coming through. So yeah, we used to have, I don't remember what the name of the brush soap was. Kathy used that much more. I didn't really use that very much. Well, to be honest, I paint so much that the brush is just going to get dirty again hours later. So there's kind of no point to, not much point to really getting too involved with cleaning it, because it's just going to get dirty again. I mean, a cursory cleaning, regular cleaning, okay, but I don't really do the deep cleaning on it, because it's pretty much just going to get used till it's destroyed anyways. Now, that's not really most people's situations, though. Now, yep. I need to find a little bit of lighter line. That's too much of the yellow. Where's my red here? Again, trying to use something that doesn't have too much of the brush cleaner on it. Alright, that's a bit more like it. And a tiny bit more there, and then another little round of my dots there to show this round. Actually, that is, we need to extend our lighter gray there too, I think. So yeah, Nerifield, I know that she had one of those, and there was like this big divot in there from all, the brush being squished back and forth in the brush cleaner. Yeah, let me see if I can scrounge up a little bit of this gray again that hopefully is not got too much of the brush cleaner into it. And I'm going to try and use that right over here. Yeah, that needed to be extended a little bit further. That also needs to have a little bit more of the gray on it. Oh, that's fantastic, Nearfield. Let me get some of my lighter gray in there. Little reflected light down there. Nope, gonna let that be light, then dark, and then light again. So Isidore, this is kind of interesting since here essentially the light's coming from above, and here it's kind of coming from in front and below. When we do our little sneaky cheeky film noir here, it looks a little bit more like object sourcing. Still, that's pretty darn similar, right? It's really just the fact that the lighting's coming from a different angle. Otherwise, it really wouldn't. You wouldn't be able to tell, could you? So that's pretty wild, don't you think? There, Isidore. Thank you so much, Landress. I could certainly use some of the. Ooh, yeesh, that's looking a little short right there. There, I feel great to see you. So, did you get back from the movies then? Yeah, Nerifo, it's amazing what you can do with those the soft brushes, right? And do the well, like what we've been doing here with this one, all stream, right? Doing the blendy stuff. So, Landress, great to see you again. There we go. So, Landress, yeah, I just posted another vid there. You'll kind of get even a better chance to see what all the printing area stuff looks like now. Oh, the Da Vinci brush soap. Well, Isidore, you have a good night's sleep there. Again, Isidore, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. That's going to be a little too much stuff on the end of that brush here. Let's get rid of some of that. So good night there, Isidore, and thanks again for the raid. Appreciate that. I'm going to try and tidy up this, but then there's also a secondary little line that's supposed to be here. Let's see if I can do that here. Getting rid of a little bit of the paint first. Actually, there's just, I think, too much of so much of this, the paint remover got into our paint here. No, not paint remover. It's just it's brush cleaner. Again, you can use it for acrylics. It's just having a palette full of it is less convenient than you think. Now that's fantastic there, Landra. Yeah, at first it wasn't going to be a video. I was actually just going to do it more as like some kind of a post or something like that, and then I thought, well, wait a second. Why not actually turn that into a video? It was way longer than I was expecting. It ended up being over an hour long. Let me see if I can tighten up the edge on this. Also this thing. Also that. So yeah, there's a significantly less shiny on this than there was not too long ago. That actually has a lot to do with the whole brushstroke management. Now here we need some reflected light down here after I get some dark into this. So there's our dark first. Now it looks like the radiant violet didn't get violated too much over here, so we'll just use that. Radiant violet in our, well, Mars black / indigo mix here for a little bit of reflected light there. There we go. Yeah, not too much lighter there. Not for reflected light, that's for sure. And yeah, we've got all of our lightest lights in these areas on the Saber. We got our gray over here, a little bit of brushstroke management there. Same right here. Actually, I'm going to do a little bit of my, this black here again. As I keep hitting that with my finger. And there we go. Okay, that keeps making it a little bit lighter. Alright, now I can get a better idea of just how that looks against my orange there. So again, this stuff is not the black 3.0. It's kind of the, what is this, from golden acrylics. It's okay. You can do that as a first layer or coat or whatever you want to call it, and then you don't end up using quite so much, which is handy because the black 3.0 stuff, that is really pricey. Super pricey. Now here, I was looking at this thinking there is actually some of that red that does need to be reflected over there. So let me see if I can try and do some of that here. We'll grab some of our floral red. First, we'll just take care of that little area. And then I'm going to try and get a little bit of it up here. Remember, when you do your own homemade fluorescents, for whatever reason, they get a little bit of opacity, or a lot of opacity. No, compared to the Marion Street stuff that has zero opacity, anything seems like it has a lot. So the Poison Aqua, hopefully you've been able to have some fun with painting things of late. I know sometimes life can step in the way of some painting projects. It has a way of doing that. Alright, now I'm going to get a little bit of the light underneath there. Also a little bit under here. That would be some of the source light. Oh yeah, sure, Pendrake. Hey there, Ingane. It's great to see ya. So Ingane's doing another, the last one of this group. And this is something that we usually do with things like our fluorescents, right? It's been, actually now it's been over 3 hours, okay? So Pendrake, if you could shoot me that link on Instagram, that'd be fantastic. Because I can't look at that right now. But if you could shoot me that link on the Instas, and it's just Wapelius on Instagram, that would be fabulous. Now, I would need something that's definitely, the other one is probably about 2 inches by 2, no, it's almost maybe 2.5 by 2.5. Ideally something that's more like 2 by 2. We'll find out. Alright, so we'll try to remember our ramekin, or ramekin. See if we can remember that as I try and get this just a little bit more red, a little bit less of the orange, a little bit more of the red here. Same down here. His hand also now on the face. There we go. That's what was missing. And also here, I think that could be more of just the red. So let me see if I can just try and do something here. Let's see if this is actually going to work. I'm just going to try and do this so I And okay. So that has been just written down real quick. Because otherwise, I'm virtually guaranteed to forget that. Again, with the brushstroke management, just do some of that red in there. Now we're going to blend that out just like this. So Angani's great to see you again. Hope that you're doing well. So let me see, all of those, I think that's going to be still okay here. This side, more of the red, less of the orange. Definitely down in here, which again, it's got more of the orange going than the red. Throw a little bit more of that over here. You know what? I'm going to try and do that here. One last little bit of stripe of the red along here. Not quite. There we go. Just a little indication of that's it. That's all. Langones, I know I haven't quite been able to do the usual times. They've kind of had to fluctuate a little bit. Even tonight actually got started earlier than I would maybe normally start on a Thursday. Not by a ton. Maybe 30, 40 minutes earlier, something like that. And the streams, I haven't been able to do them quite as long because there's just been so much work to do on the house. That has been taking up an awful lot of time. Now, yeah, see, that was a little bit too much of the orange. Now that it's starting to turn a little bit more towards the red, that's making a bit more sense. But I had to wait quite literally hours to be able to do something like that. So sometimes good things happen to those who wait, right? Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. So in Gunnies, again, hopefully you've been able to do some painting stuff of your own there and kind of keep going with that. Keep up with the projects. That's gonna get to, yeah, okay. One last one to tone down. That's better. I put those dots there, I think, with the notion that I would probably come back to those and try to take some of that away. More of the red there. Definitely here. So it's a whole bunch of the orange there. I'm going to try and shift that over here towards the red. The other thing that's going to do is make that a little bit less bright. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Much better. We can really see how, again, down here, there's less of the shiny since we did some of our brushstroke management there. Worked on our shadow, right? I'm going to maybe do a little bit more on the shadow here. Just kind of cutting away at some of that with our red there. Well, Incarnates, if you have any pictures of all those Witcher figures, there's a couple of other folks I know they're working on those. Trying to get through all of those. So that's fantastic. Yeah, if you wanted to share those Incarnates in the chat. It's a Facebook link or Insta, Discord, whatever. So again, I'm just taking, that's my homemade fluorescent red, taking this pigment powder right here. And it doesn't have to be from Green Stuff World. I've used other fluorescent pigment powders. Mix them with linseed oil. Boom. Got yourself oil paint. And it really does work just fine. Well, we don't want to spoil the surprise. Don't want to spoil the surprise, but well, then it's a really good thing there's not that many left, because it's kind of hard to maintain that surprise, right? So yeah, we don't want to blow the surprise. Okay, that's it. Maybe too, if I can get some of this red up there. Yeah, that was also too. Let me look at this. Now it's kind of funny on the card here. Actually shows some of that reflecting there. So it's a little bit of a thing there. Don't know if I can actually execute some chompers on this guy. Let's see if we can maybe make that happen. Hey there, Chris. How you doing? Ryan, did you want to show off your Witcher figures there? I know you did it much earlier in the stream, but it's been a while. It's been hours now. So if you wanted to share your Witcher figures again, Ryan has painted with the oils. Why not do that? So great to see you there, Chris. So Chris, master of the puns. So what I'm going to do is just hit it with the lighter stuff. Then it's much easier just to come back some of the darker stuff and just literally cut some of that away here. Let's just do that right here. Do that here. Alright, now let's see that also makes some more sense there. So everybody please check out the oil painted miniatures there from Ryan. Again, check out that link there if you could. Now, of course, well, let's see. I've used, with the oils, I've used Phthalo Green, also even Perline Black mixed with, say, Radiant Green or something. Well, it's a little bit on the warmish side, but I have used that to create some verdigris. I know we did the army painting series with the Zangors. Now, Ryan, you've been able to really plow through them, right, with the oils. Much faster than you certainly would have been doing with the acrylics. Oh, yeah. That's where some of this should go. Again, this is just our floral red. Not so much with the orangey stuff. Okay, that starts to make a little bit more sense. And then a blending brush here. Doing a little bit of, again, blending, brushstroke management, whatever you want to call it there. Well, Doji, have yourself a good one. Thanks so much for being here as always. And, hopefully we see you, well, that would be your Saturday. Well, there could be a bakery run then happening next time I see you. So yeah, Ryan, those have really, really worked out very well. I'm just really glad that you've been able to just kind of bend them to your will like that. That's what we needed there. It's basically this strap right here. And then it also comes down this way. So I'm going to take this and do that. Okay. And now I'll see if I can blend some of this too. That's more like it. Basically, the strap had sort of blended its way in with the chin. I didn't want that necessarily. Back to my red over here again. It's just the straight up red fluoro now. And you know, this too, that's a little bit intense. Cut that down with more of just the red. Alright, thanks Pendrake, appreciate that. Thanks for doing the research there. That saves me a whole bunch of time. And well, hopefully I can show that off to you and once that arrives here. Whichever one we end up going with during a stream. Yeah, the Make It Epic basing stuff, it really is, it's fantastic. We certainly used a bunch of it on these miniatures. I mean, well, you can see here for Bo-Katan, and also here the Hoodoo Rock. So that's all from Make It Epic basing, because obviously the kind of bases that you get are more like this. So very, oh look, it's the same base. I mean, it's literally the same thing. Of course, very different with our object source lighting there. Alsatian, how you doing? So yeah, Alsatian, hopefully next stream you'll be able to see a little bit more on the live side of things. Yeah, Pendrake, sometimes you just need to kind of get in the door a little bit and then it sort of takes you the rest of the way. I was just going to type in ceramic sauce cup or something like that and just see what that would actually do. Now let me, now we'll just wait on that. I'm glad that you're doing well there, Alsatian. And I'm looking at these guys here. Trying to get that more towards the red. Same thing over here. Has a whole lot of orange for being that far away from the light source. Okay. And then maybe we'll leave it there. Then this, I might also kind of cut down a little. There we go. So that's the advantage, of course, of working on the whole miniature all at once instead of just doing a little bit at a time, right? This way we get to see the whole miniature in context, right? Now I'm going to try this again because we've gotten our finger onto that once again. So Chris, I was waiting, Chris. I didn't want to put too much pressure on you, you know, for the puns and such, but Chris gets in here and delivers on a very clever pun straight away, with Darth Vader cutting off the head of a rebel with the lightsaber, and he says, well, I find your lack of face disturbing, or lack of head. So thanks, Chris. Again, appreciate you being here. Let me get my, there we are. So down here, there's a whole edge there that's kind of wonky. We want to sharpen that up. Oh, that's also going to help with that. Wow, yeah. I thought I had done that edge earlier, but not quite to that degree. Oh, yeah, that really makes a difference now. That is much, much sharper over there. And again, this will take, well, now this side's not going to take very long to dry at all because we're using kind of our regular oils over there. This will take longer, especially because of all the red. If it didn't have the red in it, I'd say it would just pretty much dry like everything else. So yeah, Landras, that's what I was thinking too. I was thinking the same thing. That's not a good situation, is it? Now we'll get our... Ooh, yeah, let's get some get rid of some. There's a big old blob of the white there. I don't want a blob sitting over there. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Well, this was our Tuesday substitute Monday stream because I was working so much on the house Monday I didn't get a chance to stream. But well, we've continued with the shadows. Oh wait, here he is. So we've been continuing the cast of shadows. See what I did there? See what I did there? Yeah, that's some linguistic gold. Not quite crisp linguistic gold, but I think adequate. Once again, I'm going to try and reinforce a couple of my lines here. We lost, and then this also, again, that got a little bit thicker there. There we go. See, you can just cut down some of the thickness of that. It's inevitable, even with the acrylics, those, well, your lighter colors, they're just, well, thicker. Well, in Ghana's with, well, what'd you say, 2 to go? Well, just, let me see. Egyptian violet and reds. Well, maybe use those to a minimal degree. Those just seem to take a long time to dry. But then also, I think the phthalo colors, sometimes those can take a little bit longer to dry for whatever reason. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. And thanks for posting the links, of course, so this way people can, again, get a chance to see what the oils can do. I mean, they're seeing it here, but it's always nice to see somebody else doing that, right? So thanks again, Ryan. Appreciate you being here. And just trying to, here we go. Get the brush down into here. Can't have that death grip and do that. Okay, it's almost like that's casting a shadow there. Now, shadow. One more reinforcement of that here. Where's my flashlight here? So we consult the oracle of the flashlight, and look at that. Okay, so I think we've got ourselves a decent little bit of shadow here. Maybe I throw a little more. Okay, fine. I'll take just be my fluoro red here. Now that's some of the fairy dust right there. Incarnates that we just we can't figure out what it is about the radiance. I looked as hard as I could to see if there was any sort of alkyds in there. There's not. And even somebody who went to the Gamlin factory there, they wouldn't even there they wouldn't say what goes into the radiance. So it's clearly some kind of secret fairy dust that we need to do some kind of industrial espionage and figure out what's going on with that. Now, of course, usually it's big acrylic that's doing the espionage on us, right? But I think we've been able to stave off big acrylic. Big acrylic has done many things to try and stop our movement here. No, I'm not going to lighten that up anymore, but that's just kind of a weird little isolated thing of red, so we're going to try and move this around a little bit here. That's better. So Elite says, is it the secret slime from the Willy Wonka factory? But it is very magical because it makes other colors more matte. It makes other colors dry faster. It's just, I don't know. Okay, yeah, Elite, sorry, I never saw Futurama. I mean, I've seen little tiny clips of it here and there, that's about it. Again, you sense the theme, right? Not so much with the TV. Let's see, you got the Babylon 5 and Next Gen and such. Well, those were. I was doing the artwork from those shows, so definitely need to watch the show that you're doing the paintings from, that's for sure. Well, Recoil's mom, thank you so much for being here, and thanks so much to Recoil for helping us out here. So hopefully tomorrow your food is the correct food that you wanted, unlike today. And well, we've been introduced to pumpkin soup, so now I'm going to have to research that Recoil's mom and see what's all involved with pumpkin soup. It has me curious now. So Recoil's mom, and again, I hope that the physical therapy stuff is not too boring or too much exertion doing that. I know it can kind of be both of those things at the same time. But thanks so much for being here, and well, hopefully we see you on the next stream tomorrow, well, and Saturday too, hopefully. And you have yourself a good one. Everybody say good night to Recoil's mom. Ooh, okay, we're gonna... Where's my blend? There you are. You're hiding over here. So that is our some of the red that we added here. Blending brush. If I had tried doing that right when I put the red on there, all I would have done is either just smeared it across or just wiped it away completely. It's weird that way. It's definitely very weird. This over here, we're gonna go oppo. We're gonna take some of our dark here. Darker red. Yeah. When in doubt, make things darker. Oh, we need some down this way. Let me get my flash. Oh, yeah, so there definitely should be some of our reddish light hitting that side too. I figured there should be, then I consulted again the oracle, the great oracle of the flashlight. And that revealed that there should be some of our red over there. I might throw a little bit more based on what the oracle dictated, so let's do that. And this is just a straight up floral red here. And again, see, that's sticking there very nicely. That wouldn't have done that hours ago because that paint was just it was not set. Paint doesn't have to be dry for you to be able to do some interesting things with it, but you really want it to be set, and that is, maybe it's been on there 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, or in this case, maybe a few hours. Yeah, it's going to be Kaylee and Cap. Or it's the Capley. It's the Capley duo. Ray, thank you so much. Kaylee and Catmaster. Hey there, Looter Shooter. Nice to see ya. So we've done, this is the last of whatever this box is that has the Grand Inquisitor and friends. So there's the Grand Inquisitor, and look at this. You'll see, you'll sense a theme here. Where's the, oh, here's our other sister. You can see the cast of shadows. Ah, look at that. See what I did there? Yeah, look at that cast of shadows. Again, this was our Tuesday stream. This was actually a tutorial video right here. We got one more. This is the fourth one. Actually, this is the first one that we painted out of the box right there. So that was, again, all now we're going to have this box all nice and complete. So everybody please give Kaylee Larson a follow and Catmaster. So Cap and Kaylee, it's kind of late for you guys, being 1 o'clock. Well, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here. And Kaylee and Cap, if you guys want to post any links to stuff in the chat, of course, please go ahead and do so. Yeah, we're using our traditional oil paints plus a little something extra here. For homemade fluorescent red oil paint, yes. Powders, linseed oil, fluorescent oil paints. And then, of course, well, mixing it with our not fanchon red. Also the naphthol red. Again, traditional artist oils out of the tube. No alkyds, no weird stuff like that. Just the oils out of the tubes. So thank you so much. Appreciate the raids. Again, hopefully both of you guys have been sensational. And, well, happy Friday. I just realized, hey, I can say that. I can say it's a happy Friday now. Well, it's been a happy Friday here for almost an hour because it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, Kaylee, if you want to post anything in the chat, I think actually, Kaylee, you got a chance to go to Gen Con, right? And again, if you want to post any of your Instagram stuff there in the chat, that is fine. Where's my you're just going to use this little bit of our gray over here. Same thing right down there, okay? So Looter Shooter, great to see it too. Thanks for joining us here on our quest to I'll paint all the Shatterpoint stuff. Apparently, we did the starter box. Right, we did the Bo-Katan and the Darth Maul and all of the clone troopers there. And then we moved on to the Dooku box, as I call it. We did all 4 of those, like the Magna Guard here with their purplish lighting. We got a Jango here, and oh look, there's Dooku. Actually, this one right here, actually both of these are actually on the YouTube channel, kind of some shortened versions of the streams where we painted those. Well, thanks Hecatone for being here. Appreciate that. Of course, again, anything, any progress, right? Better than no progress. And Catmaster doesn't have to be anything new. Doesn't have to be anything brand new. If it's a work in progress from a while ago or something like that, that's just fine. Again, it's just all about making the progress, right? Little by little, sometimes more. 3 hours and 42 minutes ago, this guy was nothing but primer. Really, he was nothing but primer. We've done all of this in the last less than 4 hours here. Now, Looter Shooter, that makes that sounds good. I wouldn't mind me one of those right now. Yes, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, but is it really a bad time for a burrito? It only depends just how fragrant the blankets will be afterwards when you go to sleep after eating the burrito, but I still think it's an appropriate time. I would certainly go for it. Could be hazardous given the earlier meals of mini wheats and some chocolate covered raisins. That could be the triple play of doom right there. I do believe that's actually how Mount Doom got its start. A dreaded combination of those 3 things. Now, I want to try and sharpen up a couple edges on this thing. Yep, this thing here is still, that's too much of the white sitting on the end of that. There, we need the dark right here. I do believe fiery is, you want to have some fiery OSL. They're going to have some of it there. I do believe that's referenced in Cleanup Aisle 7. Let me see if I can also fix up a couple edges here. We went back in with our reds there. Taking just a little bit of the edge off of that too. So again, everybody please give Kaylee and Cap a follow if you could. So Kaylee, hopefully, what was that Kaylee painting on stream? So Looter Shooter does have a somewhat volatile recipe for those. Okay, that works. These guys also need to get sharpened up a little bit here. We did our lightest light there. What about... so I need to do some more of that up here. Okay, let's go for it here with the fast matte white. Ooh, we need some thinner in that, I think. Also minus the piece of fuzz. There we go. Now, Catmaster's sorry to hear that. Hopefully, hopefully she's feeling a little bit better. So she was playing hurt, as the saying goes. Now, yeah, hopefully she's going to be doing better tomorrow. Although the blistering, that might hang around for just a bit. So doing some squats there for Catmaster. Now I can finally do that edge. But I was waiting on that for a while. Again, I had to let that paint set for a bit, which we were talking about. And we'll throw a little bit of our light there. And now once again, maybe back here. Yeah, that's just good enough right there. Looks like Gandalf is going to be welcoming in yet another little hobbit that is Looter Shooter. It's like, you're not going to ask me for my glow stick, are you? It's like, well, that is kind of weird out of context, but I was just thinking, you know, here, take this stick. No, that's no good. I don't want that. It's like, well, it's made out of wood. See, it's much lighter than yours. It's like, dude, this is a lightsaber, not a glow stick. Well, again, out of context, sounds kind of weird. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Looter Shooter. Let's see. So, also, not recommended is catching a nice toasty pan of cheesy bread right out of the oven with your bare hands. Surprise, surprise, that might go wrong in a way that you would not want. So to all you young players out there, just let the cheesy bread sacrifice the cheesy bread. Do not attempt to save the cheesy bread. Save the fingers, sacrifice the cheesy bread. Although cheesy bread also sounds good right now. That on top of all of the other various roughages. Well, the chocolate-covered raisins have roughage and smoothage, which is what makes them fantastic. Now, well, Chris, if you're right there, I would think that the 5-second rule applies, wouldn't you? I don't think the dog would mind. I don't think the dog even count. Well, can dogs? Yeah, I guess they can count, sort of. But cheesy bread sounds good. Actually, I think there's some frozen Texas toast in the freezer. Maybe that's what we have as a snack-ola or something here. I don't know. So Chris says, well, depending on the cleanliness of the floor, maybe there's a 5-minute rule. So Catmaster says, should that take a turn where maybe the pan hits something and the cheesy bread goes flying through the air? Maybe that works. Ooh, what do we... yeah, this needs to catch a few edges of light here, I think, maybe. Like that. This crazy little treads on his boots here. Looky there. Now, yeah, maybe we'll do a couple more of our lightest lights up here. This is all kind of raggedy on the edge here. We need to sharpen that up. Don't want to do an outline though, so we're going to do this first. Then we'll come back with our indigo black mix here. Some of our black, some of our indigo. Especially this one. This one not as sharp as I would like it to be. Ah, that's more like it. Here we go, and then the same over here. Maybe there's a mold line or something running through there, I don't know. Well, look who else is running through here. It's going to be Erican Wife. Thank you for the raid, Arid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Erican Wife a follow if you could. So, Arid, look at the huge surprise, right? More object source letting. I know you are absolutely shocked. Hopefully, well, dare I mention the word that talks about eggs? Hey there, recreational cephalopod. Welcome back. And of course, Arid, please post your Pinstagram, otherwise known as Pinterest, to the general public. You want to post those links into the chat. That would be fantastical. Whoa, yeah, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to get some of this dark over here. Why not? Also, another edge that needs to be sharpened up. Like right there. Oh, yeah. Holy smokes. There we go. That's looking much sharper now. So everybody please check out the jewelry pics there on the Pinterest there of Arid. And while you're doing that, please give Arid Canwife a follow if you could. So Arid, 7 days. So Arid, now, is it something, well, it's never, I would just wonder, now that it's 7 days, are you just like, okay, finally it's happening, or are you just gonna like walk in there with your eyes closed? But just a 7 days, 7 days, and well, I'll jinx it and say I'm wishing you the best. Oh, sorry, Arid. It's of course, it's a little bit later for you, or earlier for you out there, because it's 1:07 here. So yeah, sorry about that. I didn't want to short you a day. I kind of forgot about that whole Western time zone stuff going on there. Well, Arid, I hope all that goes well. Actually, geez, Arid, I wish I could send you a pic. Well, eventually that's going to be on YouTube anyways, but I wish I could send you a picture of the mural that I've been painting at that house. Of course, now, seeing that, I have to have one for myself. Or maybe some more. Thank you so much, Mitford. Appreciate that. Of course, we do have endless Gandalfs here. You know who we haven't really seen would be Shandov. It's like, I was thinking Gandalfax myself. It's like, you know what? That doesn't look reliable right there. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, I just would hop on a speeder or something like that. It's like, does it talk back to you? It's like, well, I guess sometimes it does. This one talks back all the time. I'll be talking some smack on you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Mitford. Thank you so much. Boy, any critter that Gandalf chooses to use as his own personal Uber really kind of gets into some tussles with him, don't they? So yeah, Arid, I remember the last stream you were saying you had the floating doors. Yeah, I think that's well, we were musing about the floating doors, not enjoying the fact that they're floating, but again, a very unusual style of architecture right there. Somehow the floating doors seem a little bit less secure than a typical door. I'm just going to throw that out there. Floating door. Well, I guess maybe if you're just jumped off a certain ocean liner or something like that, maybe a floating door is actually a good thing. Just like at 1:09 in the morning here, we have ourselves a surface tension. How you doing? Surface tension, I think he's hoping that nobody notices. And he's like, oh, well, yeah, they'll notice if it's a ring, but what if I stick 2 glow sticks into it? They'll never know, right? Seriously, they'll never know. So surface tension, great to see you. Of course, if you want to post some of your links there in the chat, well, that would be fabulous too. So that is a much tighter edge, but what I'm also going to do is this. Okay, that's better. Where's my blending bar? There you are. Okay, a little bit of tap here, and then okay. We'll do that same thing over here. Where's my blending brush again? Now, much less secure, Arid, but I guess easier access. Right, all you just have to do is give a little push, and down it goes, and you have instant access there. So great to see you again. There's surface tension. Well, I have to see about this, but I don't know, we'll leave that there for right now. Again, we have less of the shiny here than there was before. Because, well, again, this painting has been on here now. Oh, and by the way, 3 hours and 57 minutes ago, it was just this color of primer. So everything that's on here, the base and all of it, all been done in less than 4 hours. So Irid is not quite as enthusiastic about the quick access or rapid access doors. So those are very rad. That's what they are. That's it. Rapid access doorways. So that was the method of architecture that they employed. Very much a rad form of architecture. Arid, again, more of a fan of traditional architecture with the non-floating doors. Again, there maybe sacrificing a bit of security for more convenience. It's a novel concept. I don't think it's really taken off. I'm just gonna guess, Era, that you really wouldn't see too many articles in Better Homes and Garden about that. Now let's see if we can welcome in Burnsy. How you doing there, Burnsy? Everybody please give Inquisitor Burnsy a follow. Thanks for the raid, Burnsy. I'm going to say happy Friday because, well, it's a happy Friday for me since it's 1:13. Can't other folks maybe, well, Armored Wolf, it's definitely shy of Friday still. So Burnsy been very, very happy that, I mean, this is just a tiny, tiny portion. I mean, literally multiply this by about 20, and this is what I've been able to do just in the last week with the printing. We've really been able to go quite whole hog on that, printing all different kinds of stuff here. And again, this is just a tiny, tiny portion of it. And that's actually more prints that are probably going to be finishing up right about now, actually. Basically, 2 more giant build plates like that. Hey there, Carouse. Nice to see you again. So Burnsy, if you wanted to share any kind of links in the chat, whatever stuff you've been working on the stream or just off stream too, want to share those, that'd be fantastic. So Landra, oh geez, Landress, you didn't hear that I printed out. Actually, it's on one of the build plates I did earlier or overnight. The Davale Candish horses. Yeah, so there's like 6 of those because I certainly need more Candish horses, right? Also some Elven stuff. That's actually some Rohan that you saw there. And even some Easterling horses too. So yeah, there's well, it is the Cavalry channel, and we want to live up to that moniker, don't we? It is the Cavalry channel. So again, Burnsy, if you wanted to post anything in the chat there, that'd be fabulous. Everybody, please give Inquisitor Burnsy a follow. And Landra, there's a couple of other little sneaky surprise things. I think I sent you a picture of a certain Easterling. I think I sent you a picture. Maybe I didn't. I'll have to send you a picture of that after the stream then. Because that might just be what I'm actually going to paint maybe tomorrow and Saturday. I want to see if I can get a little touch. There we go. Right here on each of those little crests. There's actually a little line that goes right up there. So some nids. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Burnsy posted. Some Tyranids there. And of course, again, please give Inquisitor Burnsy a follow after you check out the Insta link. Also, we'll give Burnsy a follow on the Instas as well. Alrighty. Let me get back to the darker colors here. And this lower lip, let me see if I can separate this from the chompers a little more. There we go. Just need that last little bit. Now the other thing, let me see if I can do this. I don't know if this is going to work so well, but let me try some of this with the red. Maybe a little bit of our orange here. It's going to be kind of on the thicker side. Let me get that down on the brush. I'm going to see if I can put a little bit of this right here. That actually does help, yeah. So painting a parasite of Mortax. Again, please give Inquisitor Burnsy a follow. Also, please give Eridican Wife a follow too. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Ooh, my goodness. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Again, the medicine, we do it for the good of the stream. That's 18 months worth. That's a couple of kids worth. So Surface Tension, I'm sensing there's going to be a walk with a greyhound pretty soon. Something tells me that is in your immediate future. Well, at least the greyhound thinks so. Let me consult the Oracle of the Flashlight. No. We will say that the Oracle knows all and sees all, so we're going to say no to putting any... let's get up a little light up there, but does not show that. And again, those little flashlights, you can just get them on Amazon. They'll just LED party flashlights, whatever you want to call them. Should not be terribly expensive at all. They come in 4 different colors: red, blue, green, and white. They actually do make handy dandy little flashlights just of their own. Now, so Arid gonna do the same thing. Now, thanks again for the raid, Arid. Appreciate that. And again, here's hoping that the floating door issue is all solved and the paint's all done too. That's it. See, I thought so. I thought there was going to be some dog walking happening there very soon. Now, what's going on back here? I'm going to have to tighten up this edge a little. Also, that had gotten wonky. No. I was going to throw a little bit more of my just regular ambient lighter grit, and I will do that. I mean, we got sitting over here, that's the Radiant Violet and our Mars Black together. Okay. And that'll do that. This... actually try and maybe go back with a little bit of my dark right along this line here. Let me see if this works here. Sure enough, and there too. What are we going to do for our... I'm not going to put any more light there. This is a little wonky here. There's not a lot of sharper edge. Okay, that's gonna... we'll just have to draw in some of this, I think. Well, Alsatian, great to see you. Well, of course, Alsatian, that they, being fellow Strasbourgians, so Alsatian, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. At some point, definitely have to visit Strasbourg. Now, Cat Master, you have yourself a good night's sleep. I know it's pretty late. Well, again, it's almost 1:30 in the morning here now. So thank you so much, Alsatian. Oh yeah, I'm going to continue with a little bit more of my... oh, okay, you get some there. And then also maybe here too, on the other side of that. I don't know. That's this round thing here. Let me see if we can do a little bit more on that side. Okay. That works. I will take a little bit of this liner gray. Boom, right there. Also, I'm going to take some of my dark here. There's again, that's got a little bit too complicated. We're going to simplify some of this, I think. Always best to simplify. Like that. And another line there. Okay, boom. then I'm going to, oh yeah, another line to filter out here. Boom, okay. So I do believe that for our next stream, we will be heading back to huge surprise Middle Earth. I know that's shocking. It'll be something from Middle Earth. Exactly what it is, I don't know. But I will be prepping some more things tonight after the stream. And we'll just kind of see which of those is the most practical and works the best. Let me catch that edge right there and double check on my shadow here. Alright, I'm going to do a little bit of a extra dark here. Extend that a little bit further out this way. Then my blending brush like this one here. And all it is just poking it like this. We're not doing this, it's just that. What does that do? It essentially gets rid of the excess paint, and that's literally what gets rid of all the brush strokes. Like over here, I'm not looking to blend anything, I'm just looking to get rid of some brush strokes. As people will say, man, I'm gonna do the oils, I get brush strokes all the time. A couple of ways to maybe cut down on those is to, of course, put the paint on there, grab a brush like this that has no paint, and then move that around, right? Instead of thinking about these as super slow drying acrylics and doing tons of layers. We don't want hashtag no layers. I mean, in addition to, well, taking forever for it to dry, it's also, it's going to be very difficult for you to be able to get additional applications of paint on there if it's just a bunch of layers like acrylics. And remember, you can do part of the miniature with acrylics, finish it off with oils, or vice versa. We've certainly done that. I've done it on a bunch of videos. Once the oils are dry, they're just paint. You can put acrylics over the top of them. They're just much more flexible, I think, than some folks will let them be. They can really do a lot of amazing things. And again, you don't have to only just do the oils on a miniature. So that was too much of the yellowish orange. Just going to throw some of the red over that now. Now, I don't see anybody else actually painting miniatures. Actually, Valley Dweller and some of the other folks, they're drawing. Sharp Balloons also drawing. Actually, Valley Dweller might have just started out here. Let me try this again, and we'll just see. Hey, Bithron. Great to see you, Bithron. I'm going to be, let's see, Hero Zone is playing games. I don't know what Sharp Balloons is doing, so we might just go over to Valley Dweller. Well, Bithron, sorry that you just got home there. We're actually 4 hours, 13 minutes into this one here. Bithron, actually, well, here, why don't you toss your some of your conquest stuff in the chat though, real quick. I know you've been and oh, you did some nice green stuff work there on that massive giant to get all those gaps filled up there. I'll see you later, or see you tomorrow there, Surface Tension. Have a great walk with the dog. So yeah, Bithron, if you wanted to post your link to some of your conquest stuff there. There you go, everyone, please check out the Instagram link there by Bithron. So some of the conquest stuff there. What have we got? Ooh, there's yeah, here, let's do something with this. That's all kinds of wonky right there. Ah, that's better. Much better. So yeah, unless anybody is, if they can spot another miniature painter right now, all I see is a Valley Dweller who's just doing some 2D art. Thanks, Bitsron. Yeah, this is the last one from the from this particular box of the Inquisitor, I guess, and Friends. That's what, you know what? Let me get a little bit of my red here. Good enough right there. And maybe the same thing on this side. Yeah, that works. That works. And I think we've again, I'll show you again these little flashlights so you can see. Okay, there's her shadow. That was kind of the angle that I used. And look, we painted in the shadow there. Right, you can do this with the acrylics too. And I always remember, so that you start out with the object source lighting, right? Don't tack it on at the end. Otherwise, you're going to be literally painting the figure twice. We don't want to be doing that. We want to paint it one time. And again, we started out with our pre-glaze, right? We took our sponges here. We wiped some of that away. And then we do some, then we come back with our fluoros, right? And start to establish that object source lighting as soon as possible. And again, I actually in Gane's that would be a pretty fun inside joke there. You show up with a Primarch called Rogel Dave. He's kind of like the cousin to Rogel Dorn. He's not quite the same guy. So instead of Imperial Fists, he's Imperial something, whatever else. Yeah, not quite the Rogel Dorn that you're expecting. I did actually paint again. That was a scratch sculpt that somebody had done, and I painted that. It was certainly interesting. That was in the days of acrylics before the oils. So again, I think I'm just gonna go with we'll just go with Valley Dweller here. And Valley Dweller has also rated us once or twice, because again, everybody else is playing games. So I think what I'm going to do is say thanks for all the bits, the follows, the subs, and the cheers, and the raids. Thank you so much, and thank you for the donations as well. Those are much appreciated. And again, this is going to complete our. Can I actually get all these in my hand? Let me see if I can do this here. I should be able. Well, the bases are a little bit bigger, but there you go. Inquisitor and Friends, all right there, all done. See you later there, Landrast. And again, thank you so much, everybody. And also, too, thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for doing all the moderations. Appreciate that. So we're going to get our raid countdown underway here, because it takes a little while. It's a little while here to get that going. So there you have it. Again, a whole nother box of Star Wars Shatterpoint stuff. Good to go. So thank you so much, everybody, and I will